tequila man. Mañana caricoti mo marame. You been the one, my love. Diamond walking molly. Chinelli and wash the collie. Only vegale simplicity. Bimbo like el poli. Your ex-man looking at me funny and I got it to me. Mong I'm jelly go to my sing to bed. I'm different thing funny boo. As a song marang nandaba. I can put you on. Wanna go nyala. Tangle in the mouth. I'm on just my London. Speaking up a share, see him at London. Baby, want me. Mas lila na mono, my kid wanting sweet. Better tell him it's more than love. This land and see. Lo lie, really super. Bigger when I wait, don't never look back. I shot it past, you told me them tell. Cause you know I want you.
Ngithatha ngibeke ebasi hlukanisa uthando lugcwele ngicela ubapheke izitele ozigcwele ungavumi izingene athi ngikusete uthando lakho mina ngawe ngigcwele ngiyakutshela sange bangifaka umoya ngawe ngayifela mangithi ngiyaphuma ngiyofuna amasenta uze wena nomndeni wami nibedese dala ngikufuna ngayithela manje usungowami inhliziyo ifudumele phela amaphutha ngalingasitest njalo manginawe ngizizwa ngiphelele into uthanda mina phela kungashintshi yangisanganisa fana nawe angekaphinda bekhona kulelizwe kukhona okuthize ngathi ngikudlile ungenza ngibize into uthanda mina phela kungashintshi yangisanganisa singanqoba nebhizi ngayihlanganisa kukhona okuthize ngathi ngikudlile ungenza ngiphile ngithatha ngibeke ebasi hlukanisa uthando lugcwele ngicela ubapheke izitele ozigcwele ungavumi izingene athi ngikusete uthando lakho
I know outside la mi luzo kula jalo na mi gichakula jalo without you girl I feel incomplete I'm trying to fall back take the lead I'm trying my best can't you see I got you anything no
I think said ngithatha ngibeke ebasi hlukanisa uthando lugcwele ngicela ubapheke izitele ozigcwele ungavumi izingene athi ngikusete uthando lakho lungenza ngishekele
Georgia, wrap me up in all I want you. In my arms, will let me hold you. I'll never let you go again like I did or used to say. I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. Georgia pulled me in. I asked to love her. Once again you fell, I caught you. I'll never let you go again like I did or I used to say. I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you.
Another banger. Baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me, young girl, oh young girl. No, tell me no, 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 oh, 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 oh. Baby, gon' give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh. You got me like whoa, 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 whoa. Shawty gon' give me your lo, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. I see this fine girl from my party, she wear yellow. Every other girl they do too much, but this girl mellow. Now in my divine situation, I go use they tell I'm mellow. Finally, I find way to talk to the girl, but she ain't no one follow. Who you gonna phone for one? When you know I come for one, then I start to feel a bum bum one. But she dey give me small small one. I know, say she's a bit pass it down one one. But she feeling insecure, cause her friends could they come a light ring go on. Could they come a light ring go on.
Yeah, I know we look shy, but for you I get down low. And my hips make you cry when I'm moving around you. Do it once, do it twice. I push back, you hold me tight. Get a taste for a night. Baby, show me you can calm down, calm down. Dance with me and take the lead now, lead now. Got you so high that you can't come down, come down. Don't you ask, you know you're allowed, allowed. When it's you, I can't say no. Oh, 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 oh. Baby, give me low. Oh, 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 oh. You got me like oh, 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 oh. Shawty gon'
I say, make her rest more. As me, I wake up, now she did my mind, don't walk. Then one day, two, one of you folk go was. Now, so me, I go down, so make me link go walk.
Got my hand on your heart now, I can feel it race. If I leave, then you say you can never love again. Wanna give you it all, but can't promise that I'll stay. And that's the risk you take.
Baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you, say I love you, you know they for me, young girl, oh young girl. No, tell me, no, oh, 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 oh. Baby, come give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh. You got me like, oh, 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 oh. Shawty, come give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh.
No woman, no cry. I remember when we used to sit in a government yard in Trenchtown, over serving the hypocrites, mingle with the good people we meet. Good friends we have and good friends we've lost along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Little darling, don't shed no tears. No woman, no cry. Said I remember when we used to sit in a government yard in Trenchtown, and in Georgia we'll make the fire light as it was, logwood burning through the night. Then we will cook cornmeal porridge, of which I'll share with you. My feet is my only courage, though I've got to push on through. So while I'm gone, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright now. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright now. Everything's gonna
it's yours. Take it like it's yours, but we won't take pictures. Don't let nobody see us, cause tonight of all nights I see your brake light, you skirt into my light. Let me put it down on you if you don't understand. Let me break it down for you. Baby, I'm in love with you. Baby, I'm in love with you, baby. Oh, fuck you like I miss you. Fuck you like I need you. Like I never see you again. I want to hear this sound when I put it down. Oh, yeah. From the first day I saw you, you tell me you love me and you hate me at the same time. See me see trouble. See, I'm crazy, you know this, but you said you chose this. You did keep me close, my game, make I no loss, make I no miss. Let me put it down on you if you don't understand. Let me break it down for you. Baby, I'm in love with you, baby, I'm in love with you, baby. Oh, fuck you like I miss you, fuck you like I need you, like I never see you again. I'ma hear this sound when I put it down.
go tough, get over you. And never they have a remedy or a cure. Someone call the doctor or emergency crew. Come and carry feelings, say yo, say yo, say yo. When you go tough, get over you. And never they have a remedy or a cure. Someone call the doctor or emergency crew. Come and carry feelings, say yo, say yo. Boy, your love is wicked. Boy, your love is wicked. Yeah. Boy, your love is wicked. You're kissing, you're hugging, you're loving, you're sexing. Oh my baby, I'm missing you. Tears on my pillow 'cause your love is wicked. Cry me a river 'cause your love is wicked. Friends come around say your love is wicked, but the kisses when you give, don't you know it's wicked? Wait for your call 'cause your love is wicked. Can't sleep at all 'cause your love is wicked. Pain in my heart 'cause your love is wicked, but the love when you give, don't you know it's wicked? Tears on my pillow 'cause your love is wicked. Cry me a river 'cause your love is wicked. Friends come around say your love is wicked, but the kisses when you give, don't you know it's wicked? You're kissing, you're hugging, you're loving, you're sexing. Oh my baby, I'm missing you.
Young Boss, Miss Trina, Pitbull. Let's show 'em how we get down. I party like a rock star, look like a movie star, play like an all-star, fuck like a porn star. Baby, I'm a superstar, always posted at the bar, always with a couple bras. Maybe I'm just that raw dog. Check the resume, I hit something every day. Ask about me and they say that Chico run MIA. Pitbull, Young Boss, that's fire. Go girl, work it out till you're tired. Just trying to pay tuition, liar. My corner's like HBO's Wired, so please don't play no games. Don't give it, don't say no names. And we could do this one more again. Next time you could bring
Bluetooth mode.
I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright.
Wrap me up in diamonds, cover me in gold, but nothing they could buy me made my heart whole. I'd given up on romance, then I found you. Ain't it crazy what love can do? Crazy what love can do. Can someone tell me what is happening to me? You're my oxygen, now I can find breathe.
We could be oceans, be endless. If you wanna ride my we could be oceans, be endless. If you wanna ride my we could be oceans, be endless. If you wanna ride my if you wanna ride She hit me like a saint, caught her face to face with dark and light. I found a place to hide, looking down from planes overnight. So tell me what you want from me. I can't give more than everything, so fog me out and
reflected off the page. Tell me that I'm seeing something right. Another way to change is blurring out the black and the white. So tell me what you want from me. I can't give more than everything. So fog me out of memory.
Are we ready? Good morning everyone. Sesikulungele ukushaya amadrum. Let everyone settle in, please. Take your seats, take your positions. You can bring in your coffees. We are about to start. Looks like everybody is settled down. Welcome, everyone. Siyanibingelela, sanibonani. It's gonna be tricky to look at everyone, but right. Welcome to today's event, to this wonderful program. We have an exciting agenda lined up for you. Very
Keeps me up
right? It's
through
because
the
there
night,
is an inside and an outside.
wandering
Today
thoughts
we'll
of
learn more about this world.
being
We'll
alive.
learn how to transgress,
Down
how
empty roads,
to combine, how to be
one-way streets,
how to nurture our world.
steers me
And
back
I welcome you all.
a place
And I would
called
like to acknowledge our director for the South Africa platform, Shingi Yamalwa. She is one powerhouse. I will not tell much about her. She can extend. She can Thank you. Congratulations. But mostly to you, I will invite Thank you. If you need to go out and take a call, it's an emergency. We will not forget you because we are Team Army managers. Please do. But if you can, put it down. Absorb every moment. Connect to the people around you. Connect to yourself. So today's event, we are hosted, or we're being hosted by the Women Entrepreneurship Program in South Africa, which is a beautiful flagship program for TechnoServe South Africa platform. It's a first of its kind because it's only geared and designed to support and empower women, which is a very unique combo in this country, right? And the program launched in April. I remember some of you, we were at the launch, and it's a pleasure to see you again. And I'm hoping during the networking session, we'll have more stories to share. How's your journey? How far are you? Where are you? But for this morning, just take everything in. We all carry bags, right? Who knows what's in my bag? What's in your bag? But let's think of a figurative bag, our lives. We carry stuff, there's chaos. Other bags are more organized. I was connecting with some faces that I known in the past. We've gone through stuff, but we made it to here. So today, maybe let's do something differently, as you are engaging the program, listening to speakers and having fun, do check, edit your bag. What's in there, what needs to go out, what has reached an expiry date. Yeah? What is trash, take it out. And keep some things. Share with others, okay? All right. Let's see what we have lined up for this morning. We will have a very nice item, power with activity, the drums. I'm sure you've noticed the tiny drums next to you. In Africa, drumming means celebration. So this is part of celebration. We have Drum Cafe team. They will excite you. We'll do some very nice things. I've never drummed in my life, so this is on my checklist, yay. On my bucket list. And we'll also look at mental health. We have Celeste, who will take us to ourselves, who will take us on a journey to our minds. We have different systems. We have the physical system, the psychological system, we have the economic system. Let's spend some time also on our psychological systems and do some housekeeping in there, right? And we'll have another item, Power With and Power Within, a panel discussion. We'll have our powerhouse ladies, Shingi, and Nyamanza, and Nzikimkize, and Marang, Marekimane. These are amazing conversations that we'll have. They will share their journeys, their stories. We will engage with them. You can ask questions. So let's make it a little bit lively and interact and feel free. This is our space. It can't get better, okay? Even the difficult conversations. Today, let's have them. Let's talk about these things. And we'll have Mashudu, who will teach us and share her expertise on branding and image, because it's important how you package yourself, right? How do we do that in business? So this is not only to have fun, we also want to learn and get some takeaways, some additions into our bags. We'll also take a dive into market access. These are more technical skills and tips on how to work our network, convert it into business opportunities, right? And then we'll have an exhibition. If you take a look on your right, we have our stands over there. These are entrepreneurs, our network partners. These businesses are live, they are standing, and you can see their products. Please, during the networking, go and have a look and support, and actually buy if you can. Yeah, you'll get to know them as you walk through the room. Without any further ado, I think we can get started by a little bit of movement, a little bit of shaking. It's cold, take off your jackets, relax, your shoulders. You're gonna sweat, believe me. I would like to introduce the Drum Cafe to take us away.
Sanibonani Mbokodo! Icon. Ngithi sanibonani Mbokodo! Sanibonani Mbokodo! My name is Enoch from the Drum Cafe. I'm with Malume Richard Carter, Patrick, and Brasson. We are from the Drum Cafe. Okay now, are you ready to have fun? You ready, Mbokodo? Asiza liliza la litini. We're going to start the reading, please. Feel free to join us. But for now, let's start like this. Everybody, let's rumble together like this. Icon. One more time. Against way. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Ah! Everybody, 1, 2, 3, 4, stop. Ati bidi bidiki. Okay, now everybody, we're gonna rumble together like this. What's up? Yeah? Put your smile a little bit. Aha! Okay, softer. Softer. More softer. Softer. Louder! What's that? Tata Mogoto! What's that? Keep rumble, don't stop. Rumble, 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 rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everybody, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now shake your hands. Shake, 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 shake. Rub it together. Rub it. Shake, shake, shake. We style now, like this. Ha! Ha! Tata Mogot. Okay, now. After 4 on 5, please give me 1 beat. Only 1 beat. After 4 on 5. Are you ready? I call. What's happening, Bogoto? Are you ready? Uh-huh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Simbogoto, remember. Simbogoto. Simbogoto. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. 1. 1. 2. I call. Sure. Choose not like this. Take a nap. Awa. To me. 2. 2. 2. 3. 3. 3. 4. 4. 4. 1. Wow, nice one. Nice one. One more time. 1. 1. 1. 2. 2. 3. 3. 4. 4. 4. 1. Malu. Wow. Okay, now. Let's try 9 beats. Or 24? 9 beats. We agree on 9 beats. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Icon. We agree on 9 beats. No panzela. No 10. 9 enough. Only 9. Are you ready? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. 9. Yeah. 9. 9. 1. 1. 2. 2. 3. 3. 4. 4. 9. 9. 9. 1. 1. 1. 0. Aye, Yombogot. Okay, let's rumble together like this. Everybody! 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. Thanks, Malume Kata. Thanks, Master Drama Patrick. Please don't try this at home. Don't try this at home. Okay, now we're gonna play a game. It's called Stamp and Play. I stamp, you play. Are you ready? I stamp, you play. Let's see. All eyes on me. Focus. Focus. One more time. Okay, now, I'm gonna ask one volunteer to come up here and to stamp. Anyone? A gentleman, I think. Any gentleman? Any gentleman? Please, gentlemen. Let's give him a round of applause. Are you ready? Wow. Thank you very much. Okay, now, this is for Imbokodo, for ladies. Please watch carefully. I'm not gonna, I think you're gonna do better than me. Please watch carefully. Ladies, Imbokodo. Any volunteer? Anyone? Please. Anyone? Okay, now I have to do this, please. Everybody, please sing. Oh, okay. I see. Everybody, please sing after me and louder. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Ayakataka. Ayakataka. Kum casco. Kum casco. Take it. Ay, yo. Ay, yo. Ay, yeah. Yo. Ay, yeah. Ay, yeah. Ay, yo. Mama Lee, sibonga wena, awusholoza, kule sointaba, aye. Ha! Wow. Okay, thank you very much. Ngithatha lethuba ngibonge bonke abomama. Ngithi mbokodo.
That was so much fun. I'm going to invite Elsie to say thank you for us in a way only her she can. Isn't it amazing dancing to your rhythm? Flowing in your own way. I loved it. That was awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Reminds me, I'm going to steal a line from one of my poets. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like a diamond at the meeting of my thighs? Anyway, we'll leave it at that for now. But that actually was so beautiful. As I'm sitting, I'm looking at you, learning how to be spontaneous and actually have fun. None of us are drummers. Who has studied music here? Anybody? Right. So life is such. You walk in a room this morning, did you even prepare? Did you even have an idea? You walk into a room, life throws you a drum. And there are people around you who know better. But you don't need to drum like them, no? Do we? Your own way. Soft, hard, gentle, tempo, high, slow. You keep on swelling and swerving and swelling and moving, and This was really amazing. I hope you took videos. When you feel down, remember, you can drum for yourself. Okay. All right, let's move along. After that energizing piece, I would like to invite Celeste to stage to talk to us about another piece of us or another part of our lives, our mental wellness. Please take your notes. This is one important part. Welcome, Celeste.
Thank you. I feel like we should just give it over to Drum Cafe to do the whole mental health section, because now I feel really good in terms of my mental health and well-being. And coming into today, I was very exhausted. I was not in a good space. So the power of doing something like that, that inspires you, that refreshes you, I think is a good reminder for all of us who are in the sector, who are trying to grow our futures and our businesses, that it's very important to dance. It's very important to take the time to do these things that fill us up. So I am going to be speaking about issues of mental health and trauma healing and how those influence our success in business. But because I'm talking about things that may remind you of some not so good things that you've been through, please take the time. If you need to leave, if you need to take a break and not listen anymore, if you would like to know some free services that you can contact for like counseling support, please come to me afterwards. But my hope is that the conversation is going to be around how we can lighten our load, how we can empty some of that, the things in the bag, like Nomfundo was speaking about. Because we want to be able to reach our goal faster, quicker, lighter, and not carrying everything even from 1984, 1962, wherever it started for you, all right? So basically the things that have happened to us have shaped who we are, for better or for worse, the good stuff and the bad stuff. And our responsibility, we couldn't change the things that happened to us, but our responsibility now is how do we stop, especially the negative things, from influencing our present and jeopardizing our future and slowing us down. We need to begin with acknowledgement. And I think today I'm hoping that this conversation will help those of us who maybe felt not ready or not able to start thinking about what happened to us and how that has affected us, to start that journey towards healing, the journey towards taking out of the bag some of the things that have slowed you down. So when we've been through difficult things, we have a biological response. We have a response that is linked to your body and your mind, or very much linked to each other. What happens in your body affects in your mind, what you're thinking about affects your body, right? You just think about if you're scared about something. You think about this thing that makes you scared and then you start sweating. Quickly there's a link. But our responses to the things that have happened to us that are negative is that it triggers a survival response. So we start operating from this part of our brain, the back, the reptilian brain, which is geared towards identifying threat, which could be great in business, because when you're growing a business, you want to be able to identify what threats are and sort them out before they become a bigger issue later on. But this part of the brain even looks at things that are not threats as threats. And then it triggers a survival response from there. And our survival response are typically 4 responses. You either fight your way out of danger, you flight, which is run away from the danger, you freeze, so you're completely immobilized, or you fawn, which is your people-pleasing. You want to anticipate the needs of everyone around you and meet them before they can even articulate those needs, so that people can't leave you or reject you or not like you or abandon you, okay? So how does this show up in the workspace? So now we're in a co-creation meeting with maybe our employees or our partners, our investors, and you give your idea and you think it's a brilliant idea, and someone gives an alternative idea, and it triggers your survival response. Now, this thing is activated, yeah. So if you're in fight mode, you immediately become defensive. You immediately start saying, that's nonsense. We don't do that here. I don't want to hear about that thing, okay? If we're in flight mode, we say, very interesting, but let's move and come back to that later. You just want to not even engage with that. If you are in freeze mode, you completely shut down for the rest of the meeting. You can't even hear what's happening because you're so in your thoughts about, how can that person say that to me? You've just removed yourself. You get very quiet in the meeting. And if you fawn, you say, oh, that's a lovely idea. I completely agree. And then another person gives another, oh, that's a lovely idea. I completely agree. Whether the idea is good for your business or not, all you care about is not upsetting people. So you're not thinking about the business now. You're thinking about, how do I protect myself? Yeah? So we don't want to be operating from that brain. We want to be operating from our prefrontal cortex, our logical mind, the place where we make decisions, the place where we can rationalize, the place where we can think through things. So when someone gives an idea, you don't immediately think they're undermining my value, they're undermining my authority. You start thinking, oh, I wonder why they said that. Is it about the best interest of the business? You try and discern. And maybe it is mansplaining, maybe it is they're undermining you, but you haven't had a physical reaction or a survival mode reaction immediately. You've had time to think and rationalize and problem solve around that. Okay. And then I want to talk about trauma specifically. So trauma that has happened, especially in your childhood, determines how you then respond to certain things in your life. So what is trauma? Trauma is a reaction to an event. So it's not the event itself. It's how you respond to the event and what that event meant for you and how overwhelmed you felt by that event. So we can both be in a car accident, the same car accident, and one person gets out the car and says, thank goodness we made it, we're alive, I'm going to take this opportunity to live my life to the fullest, God's given me another chance, right? And the other person gets out of the car and says, oh my gosh, I almost died, the world is so unsafe, I can never get into a car ever again, I'm never leaving the house because when I leave the house, bad stuff happens. So one person grew from that experience, and another person became traumatized by that experience. Okay. But the thing about trauma is that it takes away your sense of control, your sense of power, your sense of predictability and choice, your sense of trust of yourself and other people in the world. So if you are coming into a business space, if you're trying to grow and work with others and network with others to grow your business, but you have unhealed trauma, what your brain tries to do is try and rectify. So if I didn't have power before, I'm going to find power. If I didn't have control before, I'm going to try and find control. I'm going to try and make sure that things are predictable, but in an unhealthy way. So what I'm going to do is, in order to have a sense of control and predictability, instead of allowing the people in my team to innovate and be creative and do the best work, I'm going to micromanage. Did you send that email? Did you make that phone call? Because no one else can do it as good as me. Huh? If I don't do it, it's all going to get messed up. So I've got to manage that. If I want to never ever feel as vulnerable and unsafe as I did when power was taken away from me, especially when I was young, I'm going to then use my power in a very unhealthy way. I'm going to say, you will do, because I am. If you are the head of the company, you must, I don't have a name anymore. I am CEO, I am director, I am whatever my title is, you must know where my power is, right? It's in that title, it's not in me, but as long as I can try and get power back. What trauma also does is it violates our boundaries. So we don't often know how to navigate boundaries of our own and of others. So you may be then a leader who sends that WhatsApp message at 1 o'clock in the morning to your employee saying, about that report, what's the sales number on the product? Because you don't know what boundaries are, right? So how can you respect what you don't know? Okay. So for me, it's not only about what happened to you in the past, but what is happening to you currently. So there are a lot of studies that have been done around what it's like for women in business and what are the challenges that women face. And it's no surprise that obviously issues of gender are huge for women, that women have a much bigger battle to face than men do, that women, especially women of color and young women of color, have an even bigger battle to face. And as a result, they have a higher percentage of mental health impacts than men do. So for 88% of women globally who have a mental health impact, so this is women in business, hey? You have a mental illness that they are dealing with, there's 63% of men who are struggling with that. So it's a fair difference, right? And it's because of all of these different structural things. So it's not only are you carrying the hurt and the pain and the mental health impacts of the past, but you're also now in a society which is challenging your mental health as well. So what does that mean for you? These studies are saying that depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress are the 3 most common mental health impacts for women in business. So let's give an example of depression. What are the symptoms of depression that will help you to be diagnosed? Okay, so it's a low, sad mood. It is either sleeping too much or not sleeping enough. It's either having no appetite or overeating. It is poor memory and concentration. It's irritable mood and quick to anger. It's intense amounts of fatigue. So if you are struggling with depression and you're in business, now growing a business is difficult. Working in the sector is difficult. How much more so when you are so exhausted that even brushing your teeth is an effort? How much more so when you are sitting with anxiety and sadness and feelings of helplessness and hopelessness continuously? How much more so if you're exhausted because you have not slept, you're battling to sleep every day, right? So for me, issues of mental health and trauma healing are not separate to success in business. They are fundamental. They are the key to unlocking your full potential and for you being able to show up in your power, in the fullness of who you are, 100%, right? But there are a lot of things that are challenging that. I don't want us to leave here feeling helpless and hopeless. I don't want us to have a negative mental impact because of the talk. Because it's small things that make a change. With mental health, it's not that you either have mental health or you don't have mental health. Mental health is on a continuum. So we have a place where we start because of what we've been through, the type of upbringing we had, whether we had enough access to basics like food, water, and shelter, whether we had good relationships with our caregivers. That's our starting point, right? But that doesn't mean that our starting point can't be improved later in life, that there are not things that you can do later in life to improve it. And it doesn't mean that when something happens to you and you move a little bit lower in your mental health, that there are not things that you can do to get back up again. And there's always hope. Not at any time in any one of our lives, our mental health will be affected by the things that we're going through. But the drumming, the music, the sleep, the spending time with loved ones, the journaling, the being in the therapy or the counseling, the acknowledging that these things have happened to you and they're affecting you, the exercise, all of those things together can start you on a path to healing and to health. which means that you're starting on a path for greater success in all of the aspects of your life that are important to you, not just your business. So I think my final message today is like, let's start somewhere, even if it's small, but also I'm talking about mental health, not because I want you to be successful in business, but because you matter, because you are important. You are important outside of your roles, outside of your leadership role, outside of your mother role, outside of your aunt, have all the value so that you can actually take care of yourself because you matter, not because it's going to make other things in your life better, right? Okay, thanks everyone.
Maybe don't go away so fast. This is thank you so much, Celeste. This is a very important part of our being. There's not enough time for us to have conversations about this. What's important is we need to educate ourselves. Celeste is here in the room. If you need support, if you need to talk, unpack some more, she's available. She's here for today, right? Maybe before you go sit down, do we have any questions? Maybe 2 questions from the floor. I'll start with you, Nsiki.
Thanks so much, Celeste. I think in a room full of entrepreneurs, can you speak to this phrase around high-performing X, so she has high-performing anxiety? Because I think maybe somebody might not be able to relate to struggling to wake up in the morning to brush their teeth because they're so used to showing up, but they're operating like a, you're still depressed, but you're functional to whatever you're doing.
Can I respond immediately? That is a great, great question and a great reflection. So high-performing personality and anxiety. I always say whenever we're talking to the people who are helpers in the field, it's not only the child who's behaving badly or not performing, but it's the high-performing child we need to be aware of, because that is also a trauma response. So one of the things we do is that we numb and we suppress the things that have happened to us. And some of those numbings are overwork, high-performing, trying to show up even in the struggle, right? And for me, it's a broader conversation, because we don't want to we want to tell that person it's okay. It's okay, let go, breathe. It's okay, the world won't fall apart if you don't show up in that way. But at the same time, we also want to make the balance between, you have at least that resilience that allows you to show up. So it's that balance between, we don't want to reward what we know is not good for you in the long run, but we also don't want to take away the power and the strength and the courage that it took for you to show up in the day. But just because we are high-performing, just because we're working 24 hours a day, that is not a sign of wellness. It's a red flag, it's a sign of concern. And we need to also help people like that be able to access support. And we often overlook people like that. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. So I know that there's good and there's bad stress. So at what level does one distinguish that right now I'm at a very worst state and this is not good? And also, again, how do you distinguish that this is good, I need this to propel myself?
I love these questions. Okay, so we have distress and we have eustress, EU stress, right? EUSRESS. So distress is the one that completely overwhelms you. You can't function socially, you can't function occupationally, right? Eustress is the one that stretches you. I'm just outside of my comfort zone. I need to learn new skills, new coping, so it allows me to grow. The same even with trauma, right? With trauma, at the same time, you can have post-traumatic stress, but you can also have post-traumatic growth. So that bad thing that happened to me also taught me something about myself. Maybe it taught me that I'm stronger than I thought I was. Maybe it taught me that, okay, I need to re-evaluate how I look at the world, and now I have a better lens to discern who is my friend and who is my foe. You know, there's lots of lessons we can learn from bad things. So my point of departure is, if it's within my coping mechanism and I feel like it's stretching me to grow, even if it's hard, we love that. But if I'm completely overwhelmed by it, it's a struggle, it's a push. My coping can't handle this that's happening to me. And my body is telling me that, especially. I'm sitting with anxiety, I'm sitting with tension, I'm not myself, I can't sleep. Then we know, okay, that's probably not the kind of stress, and I need to find a way to regulate myself. Yeah.
Thank you. One last question, we have to move on.
Hi, Celeste. Thank you very much for your talk. It really sits deep within me. So I've been suffering from high-functioning anxiety and depression since I was 14 years old, which makes it 19 years now. I've been in and out of hospital for many years, 3 times to be exact in my adulthood. And I know at the back of my head what I'm supposed to do for coping mechanisms and all of that. But then I get overwhelmed by not doing it right.
Yes.
So
Yes.
what would you say is the top thing that you need to do when you find yourself in such a situation?
Yes. There's this beautiful phrase that Brené Brown uses called the story that I'm telling myself. And many of us growing up were given our stories, right? I'm with you. I was told I'm the smart one. My sister's the pretty one. I'm the smart one. Academic achievement is how I got love and validation. So the first step is, it's restoring that story. Your value does not lie within your career success. Because what we've been told as children is how now we're living a story that someone else has authored, right? And why it's so difficult to give it up is because our identity is located in that story. And we've never been given a chance to find out, okay, but who am I outside of this role that I've been assigned? And it's a real struggle because sometimes you even have to face things like, maybe I'm not the smartest person in the, maybe that was a false story. But if that was a false story, then who am I? So the going back and forth is because there's this dissonance, you know, there's this disconnect between the story that I've been assigned and that I'm telling myself about who I am, that I've gotten from those other people, and actually this instinct that I have around who I actually am. And those two are not speaking to each other. And I'm fighting so hard to stay within the story, to make that story true, and cut myself off from my true self that it's actually causing me distress. So the first step for me is, what are the untruths? What are the spaces for you to challenge? What is it about who you are and your identity that actually belongs to you, and how much has been given to you? I found that useful. I'm sure other people have other ideas, but I really did find that useful for myself.
Wow, thank you. My takeaway from this, Celeste, is we all hold experiences, bad and good, and those sit in our minds. And those experiences play over and over, and they become our identity. So today, go back to your bag. What belongs to you, what belongs to your mom, your dad, your husband, your dead uncles, the ones living, whoever. Who I am, me. Right? Bit intense, but we need that, right? And it's so funny, we invest so much time, makeup, hair, nails, everything, but we don't take time to get inside a little bit and do this weed work. May it change today, right? Great. Okay, we need the energy. Let's shake it off. Let's shake it off. We good, right? Yes. Let's hit the drums. Let's hit the drums. Where are your drums? Get them out. Yeah. We are okay. We are going to be okay. We are all right. We're going to be fantastic. We are work in progress. We are okay with our progress. Let's be here. Okay, let's do some shaking and drumming. 1, 2, 3, there you go. Fantastic, fantastic. At this moment, I'm going to call upon to the stage our amazing ladies. We can learn from them, we can cry. They've been there, they've experienced it. How are they doing it? We have a panelist. I'm not going to take time and introduce and tell your story. It's not my job. You'll do it yourself, ladies. Sorry, not today. They have written the whole script about my bio, blah, blah. No, do it yourself. I'm going to call upon the stage Shingi Nyamaza, our country director for South Africa, powerhouse at Dynamite. Shingi, before you sit, you gotta give us your step. Give us your rhythm. There you go. Take out your drums. That's it. Next to Shingi, we will have Marang Marakimani. Next to Marang is Ntiki Mkize. And Mashudu. Is Mashudu in the house? Yeah. You're going twice. You're gonna go again. Come on, lady. Yeah. Thank you. Dawn is actually going to be facilitating this discussion, so we wanted to make it a little bit informal, get to know you, have a conversation, tell a story. From that story, we will learn. There is something to edit my bag. All right. Dawn, this is our Dawn Opera South Africa. Yay! Over to you, sis. Thank you so much, sis.
Wow, thank you so much. Isn't it nice to be here? I am so happy. Ngaze ngajabula. Ladies, welcome. Thank you so much. I'll be facilitating this piece. So we have our panel. They have introduced themselves. They will introduce themselves, sorry. So we'll start over with a CD. Shingi Nyamaza, over to you, ma'am. She will take us through her story, her journey in business, who she is, and yeah, the works.
Thanks, Dawn. So I am this person. I'm a this person. So when I saw the chairs, I was like, what am I supposed to do with that? Morning, everyone. It's so wonderful to be here. Thanks for, I know, being a businesswoman, there could have been many, many places you were today, getting orders, talking to customers, doing your finances. So thank you for joining us this morning. So mine is a story of trusting that still small voice and showing up in the fullness of who you are, no matter what room of opportunities or obstacles you find yourself in. I'm going to take you on a very personal journey. If you tell the story outside of this room, I'll deny you. But by the end, I hope you understand how important you, all of you as an individual, all of you, how you show up, and your voice is in the rooms that you're invited to. In some ways, I owe my career to the humble housefly. Yes, the fly that you use dew to kill. That's what I owe my career to. How? We'll get there. When I was younger, I knew exactly what I wanted. And when I know what I want, I tend to be, let's call it tenacious. Other people use different words. In fact, my family nickname translates to chili peppers. You get the gist. I come from a family of scientists and doctors. My great aunt was one of the first black women to graduate as a doctor from University of Zimbabwe. My dad was a biochemist who led one of the country's largest medical aid societies. My uncle was a pharmacist in the US. So my path was chosen for me. And it made sense that I too would be a pharmacist. No, actually a doctor to start. That was until biology class when I realized I don't like blood, I don't like flesh, I don't do any of that. But I said, pharmacy, I can do pharmacy. So in August 2000, I packed my bags, I got a partial scholarship, and I moved to Ohio to study pre-pharmacy. I was well on my way, and one morning I got a call from my parents, and they said, we can't afford your school fees anymore. So you have two choices. You can come home, or you can make your way. So for 3 years, I made my way. I worked 2 to 3 jobs per term every summer. I took babysitting jobs to pay for my fees. To supplement my expenses, my mom decided, let me leave home, and I'll go and work in England for 3 years so my child can finish university. I still carry that guilt to this day. My name, my real name, not the one they've nicknamed me with, translates to perseverance. So I persevered, and in my final year of university, which is very important for pre-pharmacy students, I was accepted into a prestigious internship, and you only get selected for those because they pave the way to the pharmacy school you're selected to. My hard work had paid off. I was off to pharmacy school. And one afternoon, I was sitting in this internship, and I was counting houseflies. No lie. Microscope, thousands of houseflies, because my professor and I were studying some genetic mutation that there was a gene in flies that translated to mice, that I don't even remember, guys. It was a lot. And I remember sitting there and thinking to myself, so I worked 2 to 3 jobs a term. My mother sacrificed 3 years. I sacrificed my holidays to count houseflies. So that holiday, while my mom was toiling away, I called my parents and I told them, I'll finish my degree, I'll finish this internship, but I'm not going to pharmacy school. For all of us sitting in this room, African children, it's a wonder I'm alive to tell the story. So I took a gap year, and I used that 12 months, what they called a gap year in the US. And instead of going to pharmacy school, I volunteered for nonprofits while I worked on the university campus. It just didn't sit right that I was going to be a pharmacist. Everything that I'd done for those 4 years felt like I needed to do more in this world. But in working for those nonprofits, what I found was while the founders had heart and passion, they didn't have the business sense of how to run a nonprofit. It's still a business, right? It's just that you're not making profits. So what did I do? I confidently marched into Dr. McGowan's office, who was the university president, and I told him that I had figured out my life plan. The first step, I was going to get my MBA, but the university needed to pay for it because I didn't have money. And then I was going to solve the world's problems because they needed me. Nonprofits needed me as an individual to solve their problems. He looked at me in shock and he said, someone will get back to me. But the answer for me was clear. I needed an MBA and I needed it to solve the world's problems. A week later, I got the call from our head of student affairs and he said, we're going to pay for your MBA. To this day, I don't know what I said in that meeting that convinced that man. During my MBA, I remember I secured an internship with General Electric, where I was clear that I was now going to hone my business skills. Because what better place to hone your business skills than America's blue chip General Electric? I volunteered for all the initiatives because I still had that niggling voice that it's not corporate for you. It's not pharmacy school for you. There's something that you're going to learn that you're going to use elsewhere. So I volunteered for all their nonprofit initiatives. They used to use really smart engineers and figure out in hospitals how to get medicines from hospitals into rural Ghana. And I did that on the side. But it wasn't enough. So 2 years in, equipped with an MBA and my GE experience, I walked into my manager's office and I told her that I was leaving to join a nonprofit that focused on youth. She was horrified. Who leaves corporate GE to go and work for a youth development organization? But I did. For 7 years, I studied and I observed how a nonprofit is run. For the first 4 years, I put my hand up for every national project that they did across the US. For the last 3, I worked on strategy involving Bill and Melinda Gates and our Africa expansion strategy. But in all those sessions, all those meetings, I never saw one person that looked like me. Never saw one person that sounded like me. So you know what comes next, right? I marched into the CEO's office, and with tears in my eyes, I told him that while I loved working on all these issues from the US and on the periphery, I was tired of being the only African on our trips and wanted to do more meaningful work and wanted to actually work in communities. With tears in his eyes, he said he understood. He had been a missionary in Ghana in the 50s and 60s, and his father's friend at the time actually was one of the founders of TechnoServe. So a year later, I sold everything I owned. I packed 4 suitcases. That was 2 more than I had when I moved to the US, and I landed back in South Africa in 2013. 3 years later, I would find myself at TechnoServe, an organization that provides business solutions to poverty. As a praying woman, it seemed that God himself had orchestrated this match made in heaven. It's like the words that I spoke to Dr. McGowan when I walked in and I said I needed an MBA had manifested themselves into this organization. But it's not the fairy tale ending that you expect. 3 years later, TechnoServe said, your contract is ended. We are moving on from this project. But I took that as an opportunity to continue building my toolbox of skills, and I spent time at an African-based management consultancy. It was hard. It had its shortcomings. But it opened my eyes to the power of localized leadership and solutions. While no organization is perfect, what I learned there motivated me to return to TechnoServe. I'm a TechnoServe boomerang, as they call me. I came back to TechnoServe because I truly believe that that conviction during my internship, it was as strong then as it was in that moment. That business solutions to poverty are needed now more than ever, and those solutions must include local leadership and solutions. Most importantly, when I came back because the leader of our region, and she's not here with us today, is a strong African leader, female leader, who has a strong belief in scaling impact across Africa. She, together with other leaders, is advocating for the next generation of African leadership within TechnoServe to promote local solutions. Today, she's one of my biggest advocates and is part of the leadership team shaping our culture. So while my journey hasn't been linear and there have been detours and disappointments along the way, I'm inspired when I sit in rooms like this with women like you. the country and the continent are in great hands. So ladies, know that life is truly a winding road. And the answer to any question that life throws at you is not always simple, no matter how convicted you are when you're counting houseflies. I'm still unpacking my answers. But in my case, I have to give credit to the humble housefly for launching me on this journey, and of course, my mother. My name is Shingi Nyamwanza, and this is my story.
Thank you, Shingi. Thank you so much. As you can hear, she speaks so soft, and this is who she is. You know, she would always say, my door is always open for everyone. Whenever she comes through the corridor, you'll find us like moving, and she walks very fast. Ladies, like, I find myself like, yes, trying to catch my breath, but we really, really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much. What an inspiring story. What an inspiring story. If you have anything that you need to take out of what she said, is that don't give up. It doesn't matter where your road starts, where you at the moment, but giving up is never an option, right? So today's theme is power with and power within. So we are going to unpack who is your community, who are the people that have been with you throughout your journey. Be it in business, be it anywhere, you're starting a career. So we just want our panelists to just tell us, what is it, who have been with you, who has helped you in this journey, and what are their beliefs in helping others, in building impact. So, to Mashudu, thank you so much. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, ladies. I hope everybody's well. So, my name is Mashudu Ndopu. Sure. Who am I? I'm a mother of 2 boys, and they keep me very busy, 10 years and 7 years old. And I am a biochemist by profession. So I laughed when she said flies and genetics, and because that's what I did. So I'm a biochemist by profession, but I also made my detours along the way. I've got 13 years experience in the FMCG space, which is within sales and marketing. Had the opportunity to work with big corporates, guys like Clover, your SABs, you know, the likes. But honestly, if I were to be honest, I think those companies have just basically given me a base. They gave me a base. I believe my career actually took a turn and basically catapulted to where I'm sitting right now when I started working with local brands, okay? So I left corporate as well, and I started working with a company called Batu Sneakers, okay? So I worked with them for about 3.5 years. I did the whole stint, headed up the marketing and sales for Batu Sneakers. And it was amazing how from corporate to an SMME, guys, it's such a mind shift. But it comes with so much responsibility because of the story and what it means to entrepreneurs, like everybody in this room, you know? So it was that responsibility that I basically took upon myself, and I think that's where the journey of growth came in. Because I knew that every single thing that I did from a marketing perspective, it was to speak to entrepreneurs like yourselves, give you hope, because that's what Batu is. I mean, it's a story of hope. It's a story of we can actually do it. So from that perspective, and then I had the opportunity to do a couple of things. I'll unpack that a little bit more when I do my talk on brand building. And then from Batu, I had an opportunity to work with this brand here, Chepa Corporate Services. And my love for local is just growing. And it's so amazing to see so many people actually taking it on. I mean, I'm looking at all these brands that are currently showcasing here, and I am in so much awe because people are taking up space, right? We're taking up space. I mean, coming from corporate, looking at like a Revlon, and then you've got, I don't know what this brand is, you know, where there's like, what is it? It's Uhuru. Yes. So what I'm trying to say is when you see brands like this starting to build and taking up space and, you know, saying, you know what, I can actually build and come up with something really, really, really magical, you know, something that the market can actually use. It is absolutely amazing for me to see. So I'm very excited to be here. I'm hoping to impart some of the knowledge that I have learned from corporate down to SMMEs, all right? How to build from there, right? How do you take up space? How do you make sure that not only do you take up space, but you take up space consistently? Because remember, a lot of people talk about small businesses and they talk about one-hit wonders, right? And it's a reality that most entrepreneurs live with currently. So how do we make sure we do this sustainably, right? And continue to grow as entrepreneurs. So yeah, I'm very excited to be here. And yeah, and I'm hoping to learn from each and every single one of you at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mashudu. Thank you so much. We have our next guest speaker. Unsigi, she would introduce herself.
Cool. Hello. Good day, everybody. So lovely to be here with you all. My name is Nzigi Mkize. I am the founder of Mentor. We are a global mentorship network that supports female social entrepreneurs, specifically in the ideation seed stage. Our big belief is that if you don't see women being invested in businesses that are ready to scale now, you won't see them in the future if we don't create a pipeline of women that are going to shift into that space. So that's specifically the reason why we work with women in the ideation space. And then specifically social entrepreneurship, because if you look at the third sector, so the nonprofit space, that is largely dominated by women. And I definitely believe that you can do good and make money doing it. And so we look at how do we design alternative business models to allow you to make money while you're running a soup kitchen or a shelter or whatever it is. And it requires, like, you know, clever thinking, but it can be done. And our theory of change belief is that if you have good mentors or coaches and people that can guide you in your business, you can then move on to the next step, which is getting access to networks or access to markets, which is what we do. And then once you've done those three things, you then get access to funding. Now, of course, if you're starting a business in like mining or construction, yes, you need capital up front. But I'm a big believer that start with what you have. Start with what's in your pocket. Start with what you have access to. So I launched Mentor May 2020, hard lockdown. I was doing my master's in social innovation, and I was working on my dissertation on the social entrepreneurship ecosystem in Gauteng and how it supports women. Questionable. But, you know, we're working on it. And clearly I didn't have enough to do. And literally I just went on Instagram and LinkedIn and I said, hi guys, I'm doing this thing. We're connecting female entrepreneurs. We're looking for mentors. And that post had like 11,000 engagements. And people were like, hey, I'll be a mentor for free. Like, let me know what you need. So I'm a big believer that if you put it out there, your tribe will come. And to not procrastinate. There's a saying that says that if you love your final product by the time it goes out to market, you waited too long. Okay, so you need to look back at your first thing and go, ooh, marabeng inside, right? Because then you know, you know. But also from a not wasting too much time and money perspective, the sooner you can design a minimum viable product and see if people even like it and if people want to spend money on it, right? So one of our biggest lessons in what we do is that our business model is built around our membership community. So we have people that pay membership fees to be part of what we do. So that's the revenue model. But South Africans don't want to pay for mentors and coaches. It's not our culture. Our entrepreneurs in the US and the UK, they don't mind. Salva is just like, mara finding us fundisi for free, right? So the sooner you develop an MVP, you can find out, is the thing that I'm solving for, one, the thing that people actually want solved, and two, is the way that I'm solving it in such a way that people see enough value that they're willing to part with money to access it, right? And we can chat. But yeah, that's my story.
Thank you so much, Nsigi. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, thank you. Next, we've got Marang. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies, and to the gentlemen in the room. It's actually quite exciting to be here. When I saw Drum Cafe being one of the things on the program, I personally got super excited because each time I see them at a corporate event, I'm like, I want to be at team building. But okay, so I have a company called Business Process Mechanics. When asked what we do, I tell people that we buy entrepreneurs time and sanity. We automate business processes. We look at how you're operating in the business. We go from documenting the business processes to automating it. So finding you the tools to then automate it so that, you know, admin day doesn't have to be the worst part of your building the business, and really just putting, helping business owners to just put together what it is that they want to do, how it is that they want to grow their businesses, and helping them formulate strategies around that. And sometimes it leads to building apps and other software applications. But not so much in the context of when we work specifically in the SMME space, right? A lot of our SMMEs as clients are looking to say, how do I corporatize? How do I actually start running as a formal entity from how I practice my business? One particular thing led to that. So I used to work in corporate. I used to do project management and process analysis in corporates, in banks, and in the insurance industry. A lot of the times, I was the only black female in the room running those types of projects because we're looking at how to change the bank, you know, building. This is, I mean, I left that sector in 2014, so we were still building apps to run a bank on your mobile phone. Today, it's almost, we've almost forgotten what it feels like to walk into a branch. So the projects that I worked on at the time was specifically how do we move people away from going into a branch to do a transaction, and how do we put it on a device at least. So that came with a lot of challenges. And earlier when Celeste was talking about the stresses that come with being in the corporate, the expectations we have on ourselves as well, right? So you're in spaces, you don't have, I didn't really have black females to look up to in terms of how do I build my career path, at least internally in the organizations. That led me to question a lot about what I wanted as a youngster. Did I intend to put myself in this struggle? Is it supposed to be this hard when actually I enjoy what I'm doing? Is it meant to be this difficult to just navigate adulthood? Because when I was younger, I was very clear that by 25, soft life, like all the way, right? I'm like, this month I turned 43 and I'm still going, is it? Right? But so while I was in corporate, I then had the opportunity, fortunately, to have a coach. And we had to dissect what my challenges were, what my stresses were coming from, how do I manage this thing, because when you looked at it, it's like, okay, maybe we can groom you, you know, to the next level of management and this and this and this. It sounds exciting, but when you are living in the struggles of your current role, it just also seems very scary to then take the next step up. I don't think my manager at the time would have, she didn't appreciate it much, but from that coaching session, I actually discovered that I wanted to leave corporate. So I had to have a conversation to say, I don't want to pivot and grow in this organization, but I actually want to pivot and leave and go in the opposite direction, far away from corporate as possible. Little did I know that as a small business, I would need corporate to develop it. But one of the conversations I had with the coach was about forgiveness, to make peace with the fact that, yes, you may have put yourself in a difficult situation. It's rough. You are getting beaten up in this situation. It is not showing you light. In as much as you enjoy it, perhaps find a different way to exercise it, right? And I started writing a letter to my younger self. And it's one that I still write every year around my birthday, because normally that's when I do a lot of reflection about where am I, what am I doing, and whatever. And my birthday is like at the end of August, so it's just about springtime. It's like right at the beginning of silly season, but then January hits so quickly and you're just like, ooh, okay, so what are our resolutions now that the party is over? So when I write, I still write the letter to my younger self. And a lot of it, so it's changed a lot, because initially it was a lot about forgiveness, about things that I didn't do or things that I was just being hard on myself about. Over the years, it has become a little bit more celebratory of self, because I have to acknowledge that, geez, last year's letter was a bit rough, girlie. This year, you know, you have made some growth and you have seen some light. So that's why I eventually jumped ship. I ended up, from that, instead of growing in the career, I ended up taking a year off. What was supposed to be a 3-month sabbatical ended up being a year sabbatical in China, and I came back broke, flat as broke, and I needed a corporate again to like start up and save up some money. And then only 3 years after that comeback did I actually leave and start Business Process Mechanics. And that was in 2014 when I started Business Process Mechanics. So this year is our 9th year, right? And we've done quite a fair bit. I've been able to work within the SMME development space, and my agenda was very specific. If we're going to talk about how SMMEs are going to be the savior in terms of unemployment and poverty in this country, then really we need to re-look how we invest in that space and developing companies in those space, right? So I wanted people to be young people and just don't aspire to work for the government or for that large corporate that you've always seen, but help the business that you see within your communities as an opportunity and see them as an employer of choice. Because if we're not changing that dynamic, then that's not going to grow. But in order to change that, it means that the businesses themselves need to operate in such a way that you're not treated like, hey, Auntie Sophie's children. And you know, you're not treated like that. You're not treated as somebody that is seen as just because you need the employment, therefore you must be seen as dedicated and committed to this thing. It really, if you run an organization that is well run, even I want to come and work with it and stuff like that. And my passion will probably supersede the fact that I'm not paid well, and I'll figure it out. And as the business grows, so you find that in instances like that, people actually tend to stay a lot longer within that organization because they really, really want to see that growth. They see it as being part of them, that growth. So that means we have to, as us as business owners, let's corporatize it, right? So that's why I focus on the processes. Let's get it right. Let's systemize things. Let's give people the right tools for them to do the work. Let's create career paths within the businesses that we are running. Let's find the network that then says it. I have literally grown my entire business purely on collaborations with other people. Purely collaborations. I mean, I get referrals because of a collaborative network. Within the first 3 years of the business, all the business that I had, all of it, came from collaborations, all of it. Because I'm coming from a corporate and I'm a no-name brand that is trying to push my way into the market, but everyone else, they could see value and said, let's work together, and we did that in that. So yeah, I'll brief it there for now.
Thank you so much. You, Marang, you've taken all of the questions that I have for you. Really. But thank you so much. Noms, you can come through. So I just wanted to ask this. I know you've had your ups, your downs, your lows, and your very high moments. Who is that one person that you say, this one, even at night, I can just call them? They'll just pick my call. They won't ignore me. They won't ghost me. So who is that one person that really assisted you to be where you at today?
Yep. And we want to know.
So I will definitely say my parents. My parents and I have been on a very interesting journey because I think when you look at women and black people specifically, who your support system is to support you in being an entrepreneur makes a huge difference. So I have the benefit that my dad, so both my parents are qualified, but my dad went and opened up his own practice. So he understands business a little bit. And he wasn't shocked when I said I wanted to be an entrepreneur, because when I was in grade 9, choosing my subjects, I didn't know what subjects to choose. And he said, okay, just close your eyes and imagine your life. What do you see yourself doing on a random day? And I was like, oh, well, Dad, I don't have to be anywhere before 10 o'clock in the morning. I get to go on holiday wherever I want. I get to make impact, and I decide how much money I make. And he was like, well, baby girl, you need to run your own business because you're not going to get that anywhere else. And so the decision over the years was, what kind of business do I end up in? But in grade 9, I chose all commerce subjects because we were heading in the business direction. And then when I graduated university, I was like, entrepreneurship immediately, like that's where we're going. And my parents were like, how's about security? Like, how about you get a job and buy a car and buy a house, and then later you'll be an entrepreneur. And my thing was, I don't want to get to like 30 and then leave a really good corporate job and want to try be an entrepreneur. I don't think I can be prepared to fail. I just want to do it now. And if it doesn't work, then I'll go get a job. So for like 7 years, my parents and I had this, if it doesn't work, I'll get a job thing. I was like, just give me some time and then I'll get a job. And then we hit a pivot point where I was like, oh, I'm seeing flames. I should go get a job. And I went to my parents, I was like, okay, guys, listen, I've thought about it. This is what I've been doing. This is what's happening. I'm getting a job. And they were like, no, you're doing so well. Like, stay on the path. And that was a big moment for me because I felt very defeated. So I felt defeated in what it is I wanted to do and how long I thought it was going to take. I felt defeated in, oh, shucks, these parents aren't proud because their child is just figuring it out, you know? Like, one day I'm fine, the next day I need money for petrol. They must be looking at me like, what are you doing, you know? But to hear from them go, no, we've been watching you, and what you're doing, like, it's just going to take some time, but you're on the right path. And they've consistently been there for me. So even when I said to them, okay, this is the path that I'm on, I'm going to walk away for a year to go do my master's in Scotland, and I'll be back and I'll do this. They were like, yeah, we back you, go do it. So for me, I think having that support system with those two individuals specifically, because that's my home base, that's where I feel safe, and to know that they get it is great.
Ntsiki, I actually hear comments here from the table that you are very blessed to have that organic, you know, you didn't have to work hard for it. It was given to you. And we praise the Lord for your parents. Yeah. What I'm taking away from your experience is, I am that mother now to my kids. Yeah. I'm imagining my son, my daughter sitting upstage saying, my mom was that environment, right? That's the takeaway. Yeah. It may not have been great. We may not have the best moms, the best dads, and they have their own burdens. They've been through the works. You know, when I was driving here, I actually was teary for a moment thinking about my mom, what she had to go through just for me to go to university. Yeah? There's a lot of us. She did not even make grade 5. But she had it in her, I'm going to break mold from the darkness, from the pain, the abuse. God knows, I haven't even asked her, how was it for you? And thank you for the sacrifices. Thank you for carrying the sky and the heavens for me. So what I'm saying, what I'm appreciating for your story is, we may not have that, but the opportunity we have right now is to make the change, is to become, is to redesign, curate new things, redefine the experience for the next generation. Can you imagine our girls? Can you? I do. And Anyway, I had to say amen to that.
Thank you,
I
Nose.
think, no, Fundo, I just want to add to that because you hear Nzigi say this about her parents, right? And we say, oh, I wish I had that. Some may be thinking, oh, I wish I had those kind of parents, right? To do it. But I think what's going to be important is that we are also quite forgiving of those people because they couldn't play that role.
Yeah.
They don't. It's like they don't have it in them. So where were they going to take it from? You know, it didn't happen to them, so they can't make it happen to you, type of thing, right? But support comes in very different ways because when Dawn is asking this question, who could you call? I'm sitting and I'm kind of saying, I'm a daddy's girl. So number one, daddy's my person. I'm going to call him no matter what my situation is, and he has made it very clear over and over and shown up over and over again that no matter what the situation is, we're there for you. So that's why. But that has a very relevant, and that has a place in my world. When it comes to a business nightmare and I need to vent because somebody's undermining me because I'm a woman and they just don't think this, that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and I can hear it in what they're talking about, but I believe differently. I'm going to call within my network space of other women that have been through a similar situation. My dad can't relate to that stuff.
Yeah.
Right? My dad can't relate to that stuff, but I need to relate with my peers and sometimes with people who have gone further ahead in the game. And it's a privilege to even have people like that to then call. But then you've got to appreciate that if you don't have those people, then there's a service like a mentor and techno service offering to say, okay, surely I have to pay for the support. And if I have to pay for it, so be it. What matters is I have that support. And we have to change also where we get our default support from or where we're expecting it from, because it's not always going to look pretty. It's not going to always be like that. I mean, my husband now, he's going into business and stuff, and he'll say to me any given day, "You're my worst critic." I'm like, of course. Of course. I'm not going to look at here and just be like, oh, this looks pretty just because I'm the wife. No. I need it for it to make money. And therefore, I'm going to question all of it and stuff. And I'm going to be harder because I want the money to be happening yesterday, not tomorrow, not whatever. My soft life dreams are unfulfilled. You know what I mean? So, but that's where it is. And for me, that's almost the push that he needs, because everyone else around him right now is telling him, that's a good idea, Mfanam, that's a good idea.
I like that a lot. Don't you have a question for Shingi? I have been eyeing you, Shingi, for a while.
Yes.
You have...
Guys, you just said come tell your
No, you're not getting away. We will scoop it out of you.
Yes.
So, I pretty much liked your experience. You have experienced a bit of both worlds, corporate, and now you're in development space. And there was this charge in you, come from a better, home setup. Everybody's educated, they understand. You said your plan was laid out for you. What was that thing that was so loud, so persistent in your life when you were sitting in the lab and a fly spoke to you? Like, I'm going to share this with my friends. Like, flies do speak, listen up.
They do.
What was that voice? I'm trying to link that voice to your power within, right? Tell us a bit more.
So I think the simplest way to put it, so I didn't grow up in a Christian household, right? So my parents actually had a very bad experience with church. So we grew up just living our best lives. And I remember when I went to the US University, you get a host family, and the family they are like, Sunday, like, we go to church, right? There's like no. And I remember thinking, okay, well, I'll just sleep in. And then you kind of get curious, let me, tag along with these people to this. And American churches, but the Baptist churches, right? Like, it's like jobs. It's a thing. And so I go and I keep going and I'm like, okay, this is kind of cool. But I think in that moment, I remember the day that I was baptized, they talk about like hearing God's voice, right? And people think it's a booming voice and you will now do X. And it's not, right? It's I'm still waiting on that booming voice. But it is, it's what I said, it's the still, and you asked me what was it for me, right? It was the power within me is God within me, right? That's kind, you know, and I'm unashamed to say that because I'm a Christian and I recognize we're not all Christians, but for me that's what it was. It was who I am within Christ and recognizing when I'm on a path that's not aligned with who God made me to be, right? So when the fly wasn't speaking to me, it was, this is not who God made me to be, right? And he's made me for a specific purpose. And I remember saying to people, you know, I know I'm smart, you know, you're told you're smart, but in the US there's so many smart people, right? And you're competing 50 of you at GE for the same job. And I was like, it was clear, this is not what my talents, my brains, my whatever, this is not what God created me to be. And I've been, I guess, blessed in the sense that I know when I'm not where I'm supposed to be, right? And they say women also, we have this innate intuition, right? Like, we just know. Yeah. You can smile, but when you're by yourself at 3 a.m. in the morning and you pop one eye open, you know. You can lie to yourself, but you know you're not, right? So that's, in a nutshell, right? It was me finding God, because God never went anywhere, right? Yeah. And being clear that I'm created for a specific.
Amazing, right? And this adds a very nice dimension to our discussion and our theme. We have spoken about psychological spaces. Now we're bringing in the spirit, because we are a total human being. We have the physical, we may call that whatever, but that voice is real, right? We connect with it, it empowers us. So today, we listen to it more. Because Shingi, imagine what your life would have turned out like had you ignored, compressed.
Be in a lab somewhere with flies.
Not a great idea. What a loss for all of us, right? Great. Any questions from the floor?
Yes,
Dawn?
yes. Mashudu, please tell us, what's your take on taking someone with you? What's your take on, you know, elevating somebody?
So I was actually just sharing a story with some of the ladies here around our table. About 3-4 months ago, I was working with a couple of artists, very young people. When I talk about artists, I'm talking about people who do murals, sneakers, the works. And the whole lot that I was working with actually lost their jobs, okay? Now, you're thinking about youth employment. People talk about youth employment everywhere. And I was also going through a very difficult time, but it goes back to what you were saying, like thinking about, or looking within, what's my responsibility in this case, right? Not looking at my situation, which was a difficult time at the time, and thinking about, what do I do for these youngsters that have just recently just lost their jobs? And you know, the life of an artist, I don't know if we have any artists in the room, and it's a difficult one. You're not seen, artists are not known to be very vocal, you know, they're not business-minded. So I started a company called Eye of Nova, okay? This was 4 months ago. And I took all 40 artists into the fold, okay? These guys are based nationally. So what do? We basically customize sneakers. We do wall murals. We do jackets. So, and because of my corporate background, I had already created a network that I could tap into to bring them with me, okay? So basically, we create like a surprise and delight type of experience for corporates, okay? So let me give you an example. So you've got a company like Deloitte. I'm just giving you an example of one of the corporate projects that we did. You've got a company like Deloitte that's full of accountants and, you know, they're all, and it's a very stressful environment, right? So the Deloitte people came to me and they said, how do you create a surprise and delight factor? Okay? And we decided to do caricatures. Guys, you take it for granted that a caricature is like, okay, so. But on that day, everybody was relaxed. You understand? Their productivity levels actually increased straight after that event. So it was an opportunity for them to sit in. I mean, some of them were like, what do you want to do? You want me to sit for 30 minutes and you want to draw my face? What is wrong with you? But the thing is, it was what we drew. So my team have got an instinct about people. So they're not going to draw you as you are. They will put in little elements of your personality on a piece of paper. So an opportunity for you to see yourself in a more fun way, exciting. I mean, I was blown away when she stood up and she started dancing. But what happened after when she danced? Everybody suddenly wanted to join in. Do you understand? It's the surprise and delight factor. So what I'm trying to say is, for me, that's the experience that I've had in the last 4 months. And Eye of Nova is taking up the corporate space. As I'm talking to you right now, Netball World Cup, we did you know the fan sneaker that you see with the strip? The orange one. That's what my team did. And you know what, guys, I can stand in front of you and brag about it, but for me, it's about bragging about what we've done for these young people.
Listen, you have 20 minutes to brag. You're gonna brag proper. we will definitely give you an opportunity to brag and make us brag as well. Teach us how to brag. Thanks so much, Mashiru. That's awesome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is power with, guys, power with. You know, it matters, it really, really matters who is in the room and who is in your corner. Ne? Very important. So some people just come and take up space, but there are people, when we meet, our lives will never, ever, ever, ever be the same. You know, there are people that we meet along the way. You know, you meet them and your life remains the same, but there are people that when you meet them, they challenge you, they question your beliefs, they question your very being. You know, they make you reflect, am I on the right path? Am I doing okay? You know, I've always said to people, if you don't want me to have something, please don't show it to me. Because once I see it, I'm going to figure out how to get it. Wow. So the same with women that I aspire, you know, to be like the women. I look at you and like, one day, watch out, Shingi. Thank you so much, Auntie.
Do we have a question? Oh, okay. Coming.
Thank you so much, Sis Namfundo. My name is Pumzile Mtembo, and my question goes to Sis Ntsiki. I know I've read your book, My Hall of Mentors, and within the book there are activities that you actually put in so that individuals can actually do. So during that process and me actually trying to engage with you as an author through the book, and I just couldn't understand, and this question today I'm getting that opportunity to ask you that question is, what are the most, what have you found to be the most challenging thing as a writer when you were actually putting that book together? Because for me personally, reading that book and having to be in that journey of being in programs such as Youth Ideas Development and getting to have access to mentors and having that book at my hand and reading it, I got to understand the importance of mentors and how to even choose mentors wisely. But when you actually gathered that book together, what was the most challenging thing?
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you read my book. That's so cool. Yes, I do have a book. I'm an author. And so I think my challenges were in two parts. So when I started writing the book, My Hall of Mentors, was just after I did Miss South Africa. And I was Miss South Africa's second princess for 2015. And I had... And immediately after that, like, I was inundated with messages on social media from young girls who were like, how did you become successful? And I was like, Talang Spana, guys, like, you know, like in Miss South Africa was just one portion of the trip. But then I thought about it, I was like, how did I actually get here? And so and then I also started writing notes to myself during the Miss South Africa experience, because you have really incredible sponsors that are executives, and then you're in like the Matchbox and thing at, in KZN watching the Sharks play, and there's all these like executives around you and you're 21 and they're telling you about, oh, when you finally have a boat, do this. And I'm like, a boat, sir? You know, but I was taking notes and I was like, okay, I'll use this one day. So it was lessons to myself and things I didn't want to forget from my mentors. And then over 7 years going, okay, what have I actually learned? So from teachers at university to my first job that I ever had, to mentors that I found during Miss SA, and then my parents and my grandmother as well. So kind of putting all those lessons together. I think those lessons were good for me. When I started writing the book, I was like, I wonder if other people are gonna think this is helpful. And then the second challenge was that I then started doing this thing where I was writing, then I wasn't writing, then I was writing, then I wasn't writing, then I was like, okay, just do it. And then I was writing, then Bonang's book came out, and then there was a backlash, and I was like, yo, if they can do it, Bonang, whomst am I, you know? So like just this, so I think the hardest process, not just for writing a book, but putting anything out there, whether it's a product or service or whatever it is the battle that you fight with yourself, where you constantly have to go, I am good enough to do this because whatever, right? I have the skill, my idea is good, my idea is valid, what I bring to the table makes a difference, right? And whatever your internal dialogue that makes you feel like not, is finding the voice that says I can. And what I found is that the moment I get to a place where I'm like, Maranzigi, just do it, that I'm then undefeated, right? So once I've gotten over myself, doesn't matter what happens next, I'm good. If I'm good with me, then we're good to go. And I think that's my biggest challenge, that kind of cycles in different seasons, but it's also the one thing that I've gotten really good at overcoming. And I always say to myself, like when you start a journey, like when you were in grade 8, matric was insurmountable, right? But by the time you finish grade 8, you're one step closer to matric. And that's the journey of life. Like in the beginning, you don't know, and then you keep going, and it gets better. And then just to fit it into what we were saying earlier on about the psychology and what's the power within, something that I tell myself is, Emeli, right? So my grandmother raised me because my parents loved each other in first year. So, you know, those kids were like, girl, we're in school. So they sent me to my grandmother's house. And my grandmother, Emeli, she spent her entire life working as a cleaner. She only ever went to grade 3, and she was pulled out of grade 3 to raise her 12 other siblings. And although my grandmother, and she was a single mom, let's just say. She was a story, but she was a single mom, right? And so I go to live with my grandmother, and I absolutely love my grandmother. And my grandmother has only ever been on a plane once in her life, and we had to fight to get her on the plane because she was, it was a whole story. Yeah. And then she was like, I don't care for these experiences. Fine. But I always think about her because I would always tell her stories about where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do. And she'd be like, yeah, nale PhD layer, PhD because, you know, you're becoming too much. And it would always make me laugh. But I think about her when I'm in spaces because I'm always like, this is something Emily would have never done. But she gave up so much so that I could have this opportunity, right? So what she did in her lifetime leads to Unzigi being Unzigi. And she's a direct touch point for me where I go, I am my grandmother's wildest dream because I have a master's degree and she only went to grade 3. And
in spaces that my grandmother used to clean. I work with people, I lead people that my grandmother used to be subservient to. And what I learned from her is that it was never something that defined who she was as a person, right? When she came home, she was like, if you think you can do it, hambo yenza, and I'm just like, all right, and then it's here. Let's do it. So I think the power thing is just to remember your story and the stories of the people that you carry that make you better, because those are the steps that you're walking on.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Absolutely.
Ngicela ungahambi. I just, ungahambi. Are we seeing women looking up to other women? Are we seeing women when they have an opportunity in rooms where other women don't have an opportunity to get into those rooms? Do we see women, talking or advocating for other women? Do we?
And let's be real now. And Dawn, before we even get to the answers, think about yourself. Take this to you. What kind of a woman are you to other women? Enabler? Treasure, breaker of dreams? You speak ugly of others? You project your own fears, your own bad experiences? You rule the world through the badness that happened to you. That's not you. Who are you? This question is not only for the panelists. I'm challenging all of us because we are influential. Yeah? And the question is not to ask because we want you to look good or we want you to tell us a good story. This is an opportunity to unbag, take out the trash. You can't be good. Your mom, your gogo, your colleagues, your husband, whoever. But the moms, the gogos, the ladies, they did something good for you, to you. What are you doing? That's the question. Someone's got an answer.
Can I ask the question first, or do you want me to? Okay, perhaps it also touches on what you were saying, actually. Because part of what the ladies are talking about, and for all of you combined, thank you so much for your personal stories. And firstly, is because what touches a human being is the personal stories. In as much as there were accolades that were associated with your successes, but there was a person behind it, and I appreciate that very much because you came out real, you were raw. So my question is here. There are certain myths, there are certain systemic issues that are in this entrepreneurial space that we carry. This is when we enter places of negotiating for a deal, right? Negotiating for our product to be on the shelf, negotiating for ourselves to have a seat at the table, right? How do we as women get to have a solid and allow ourselves to be a chili pepper when we need to be a chili pepper? And allow ourselves to look good as hell if we need to. And allow ourselves to still be able to listen, of which I think sometimes we do, but then again, our trauma then takes over and then we don't listen, right? How do we get to do that as women? Perhaps through your own personal, pilgrims. How have you surmounted some of those challenging moments? Particularly when it comes to being a startup, coming into a market and always be saying, show me what you can do for free. Let's talk about that free. Emphasis on free.
Thanks, Bunini.
Emphasis on free. May I answer this question?
Yes, please.
And then I do have to excuse myself.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
So if I can combine those, are women lifting each other up? Yes, I definitely think it's getting there. It wasn't the case when I started as an entrepreneur. So when I was a graduate, 95% of my network was men. Some are dodgy, some are really wonderful. I believe in both male and female mentorship. Some of the best mentors I have, who are also incredible sponsors, have been men. Some have been women. To your point, I think we have to create that space for each other. So most recently, I joined the academic advisory board for UKZN's business school. And we were voting for the chair. And the first couple of nominations that came through was for a man. And then I said, I think the better qualified person in the room is that lady, and I would like her to be the chair. And I motivated for her, and then it got seconded, and then she was the chair. So she's now the chair of our academic advisory board. So I think it's very important that you decide before you are in the room how you're going to act, right? Once you're in the room, you're just executing. But you need to decide and agree with yourself that if I'm going to negotiate for that deal, and in exchange he wants X, it's a no. Before we're even talking in the room, like that's already a no. This week I'm going to support women doing 1, 2, 3. That's decided, that's how I'm going to go execute. In doing things for free, I will start with how I built my career up as a speaker. That initially I did things either for free or for an honorarium, right? Only to build my profile. Now it's very clear that I'm only giving myself a year to do this, to build my profile, to build my networks, and after that, I'm not doing anything for free anymore. I gave myself a year, it took me 3 months. And I was like, oh yeah, cool, that's great. But because I had a very strategic plan about what I was going to do once I was in the door, I was able to execute it. So the next steps then subsequently came much quicker. So I wasn't figuring it out once I was already in there. I will hand over to somebody else because I don't sell a product. So anything I've ever made, like the book, for example, like that I sell. But in terms of my time, that was something that I had to build around to, yes. Yeah, absolutely. And then I want to say thank you. I'm so sorry, I do have to get to Pretoria.
Thank
but
you
I have
for
books
your
in the past. I'm going to go get you
time.
books and then give you some books.
Thank you so
I think I've
much,
got like
Nsiki.
3 copies or something. You can give those away for free. But thank you so much, ladies.
Let's
It was
drum
so
for
wonderful.
Nsiki, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, guys, we have another audience. Sorry, before you, Marang, I want to acknowledge colleagues and friends who are connected online. We are with you. I hope you're following. And I see some comments in the chat box on the question of who are you lifting as you rise. I see here we have AS. She says, here, we need to build a generation of my sister's keeper, fixing crowns without telling anyone they were not straight in the first place. We can give critical feedback, but in an upbuilding manner. Over to you, Nsiki. Sorry, Marang.
I've lost my identity.
Just like that.
So, a few years ago, I sat in a room similar to this. I sat next to, for the life of me, I can't remember his name. And I always say that whenever I see him again, I hope this time I remember his name, because I don't think he understood what he did for me that day. But I was in a room similar to this. It was a conference as well. And I felt very out of place because I was sitting amongst people who are CEOs of larger corporations, who are talking languages like right over my head and stuff. And I asked him, so I missed something that the speaker had said, and I asked him, I don't quite understand that and stuff. So being an old man, I think maybe he just saw me, little girl, let me teach you a little thing, right? But the crux of our conversation was, you do business at the level of your confidence. And each time I run workshops, and anyone who has been in any of my workshops will know that I open with that. Because I want at the end of our workshop to then be able to say, here's how I'm going to establish my confidence, right? When it comes to building a business, in the context of business, there's certain elements that make it a confident business, or confident business that I can be confident in, even as the business owner. Is my product right? Is it fitting to market? If it's not, how do I improve my confidence factor in that situation? Are my financials on point? Am I meeting the targets that I want to set? If I'm not, how do I improve that confidence factor? Do I have confidence in capabilities, in the capabilities of my team? If not, what am I doing to fix that? And I think we get to where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
If you're not confident in the moment you walk into the room and everything like that, figure it out. You were not going to leave the house because you were not confident in how you were feeling addressed today and whatever. Guess what? You went back, you put on that lipstick, you came out again. Do it with every single aspect of your business. If you're shaken for whatever reason, find it, right? If it's because I don't know how to do something, who do I know that can do it? Who don't I know? Sometimes we have to go to the people that we don't know. And LinkedIn is my BFF in that regard, because I am dropping a note to somebody to say, I see you talk about XYZ on a lot of basis. I see that you have this kind of experience and stuff. I have one question, please educate me. That free university is something I cannot pay for in some instances. I've had people send me PDFs and things like that. Go research this, go research that, and thank you. Go implement, and then you move on. When it comes to doing things for free, pretty much like Ntigi, I did it for free, right? And I did it for free, in the beginning, because I wanted to build that profile amongst the small businesses that I was going to engage in, or the SMMEs that I'm going to engage in. But also to understand more and more of is it true? Because I'm providing a consultancy to SMMEs, I wanted to confirm that, is my hypothesis true? Is everything that I think is a problem within that space true? And if it is true, how do we then fix it? Which is what led me to running workshops. I would run workshops in a room like this, sometimes for free, right? And I mean, nowadays, this is an easy $3,000 per head for half the day. For free, I would run it. And we would have this. What mattered is, I wanted people to go start questioning what they were doing in their businesses and then come back. I tell you, then, I would do this room for free, and within 6 months, a third of the room is coming back to say, ma'am, that day you spoke about XYZ and stuff like that, I tried it out, and that's why I make my sessions quite practical as well. We are doing stuff and not just talking about what the challenge is, we're actually practically doing stuff. That day we did that exercise, and then I got stuck here. I tried to implement it in my business, and this is how I got stuck. Please assist me. I will help you for free in that situation, because I understand that you can't afford the service. You've had to take away the learning and then implement it yourself. And besides, you're probably too soon for me to be assisting you in any way. But at least you've got the equipment to then go improve, whether it's your product, your service deliverables, your team performance, your financial trackings, whatever the story may be. I hope that answers.
Nice.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I once made the analogy of Hoshelwa, right? Like, as women, we were brought up for the guy to be pursuing you, to think that you're pretty enough for him, you're smart enough for him, and whatever. And that almost put us at a back foot, because we're waiting for someone to see my qualities and then come to me and approach me for my qualities. And it's up to me to go, well, in that case, yes. Right? But when we're running businesses, we are the ones that are now forced to be the ones that go pursue all of these things, and all of a sudden go chat up the next person and things like that. We got to fix it. So if you in yourself, you're doubting, but what do I say? Why will they want to work with me and whatever else? Why would they want to work with you? You've got a kick-ass product. You've got a kick-ass story to tell. You're solving a problem. You're making impact. Hell yeah, you're worth it. You know who you are. So go tell them.
We love it. We love it. We love it. We could go on, for sure. And I know you have more questions. We'll have a lunch later. We can connect, ask more questions, and get really personal if you want to. Our panelists, thank you so much, ladies, for your beautiful stories, your inspiration to us. You are an inspiration to us and to those who are connected from home. And thank you for your vulnerability. This is really like putting somebody on the spotlight and talk about your life and your career. It's a lot.
It is.
Thank you for trusting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Mara.
We do have another very empowering session, a topic that is lingering in the room to create an identity for ourselves, for our products, for our businesses, and to do this right. We have Uma Shudu. She's still on stage. She's going to take us through the power of branding and image. How do we do that? What does that even mean? It's all over the show for startups, for businesses that are on a growth path, for professionals, for me, when I walk into the room. How do I brand myself? Over to you. Take us away.
So, there's something that I picked up about, let's say, 2 years ago. So, in the last 2 years, I've been retrenched twice. Okay? The first time when I was retrenched from a corporate, né? And I want to talk about branding, your brand, your personal brand, how that gets impacted when you get pushed down, okay? How do you get up from something like that? The first time when I was retrenched, I think I took about a month to get out of bed. A month. And you know, sometimes when you go through a difficult time, you tend to be very hard on yourself, like, how long, why would it take me so long? Some people get up so quickly, right? And one thing I learned from that is learning to forgive yourself, but at the same time learning how to pick up yourself. And then I picked up something that I still live by to this day, right? And that is, what is your why? Why do you wake up in the morning? Why are you even here? Why did you even take 3 hours to even get ready? For those who take 3 hours to get ready. Do you understand? Why? Why did you even start the brand? Because life will knock you down, guys. It will. And your brand might fail. Or people might say they don't like your brand. Or they may say they don't even like you. Always go back to why. What is your why? There's power. There's so much power in that. When you are branding your product, I like what Marang was saying. That is it, Marang, ne? What she was saying about believing in your brand. You know, knowing that you've got a kick-ass product, having so much faith in it, but building it from a place of why. I can give you all the technical terms and say, yeah, for you to be able to build your brand, you need to wake up in the morning, brush your teeth, look in the mirror, tell yourself, oh my gosh, I'm so gorgeous. I could do that. But guys, it really is as simple as why. Doesn't matter what people say. Why did you start it? Why? Why did you start it? I've had some difficult times. I'm going to give you some examples. For instance, when I was working on the Batu brand, ne? I remember we wanted to do a collaboration with Castlelite. Okay? What did it mean for the brand? It meant that we're going to have an opportunity to amplify the brand and put it in places where it's never been. You get an opportunity to actually reach a demographic that you never reached before, because remember, Batu was a black brand. That was the perception. Now, how do you then get into the different demographic, which is the more white market, okay? And the more affluent type of market. You needed to collaborate, again, I think somebody mentioned collaborations. Marang. Collaborations. We collaborated in order to amplify. So what people saw at the end is not what was happening in the background. There was a lot of challenges. If you're a small brand trying to collaborate with a very big brand, There's an element of tug and war, right? You will feel like they are overpowering you. How do you make sure you stand up from that? So, and it was a difficult journey. And remember, we built this during COVID. So we were not getting an opportunity to actually meet with the team. Everything was on screen. You were not really sure if they were really connecting with what you were saying. All of that, all those things. And from that perspective, it was very difficult to convince them to present the brand in a certain way. You know, give Batu an opportunity to shine over and above Castle Light. That's difficult. It was the hardest thing I have ever had to do from my perspective. And I'm coming from corporate. And then I remembered again, why? Guys, why are we doing this? Whenever the going gets tough when you're building your brand, why? Guys, always ask yourself, why? Why am I building this brand? We all have different personalities. We've all got our own personal brands. Show up with that level of confidence, of knowing your why. Because the moment you believe it, the moment that is set in your heart, it will come through. It will come through. People will pick it up. People will pick it up. You own the space. I mean, I love what you were saying. I mean, I was making a mental note about a few things that you were saying. But things like, you only operate at the level of your confidence. Do you understand? So connecting those dots, using those little bits and pieces of what you're learning right now to show up. I'm currently working with a brand called Balo World, guys. Do you know why Dominic, do you guys know Dominic Suela, right? He's the CEO of Balo World. So I just want to give you an example of what they do every morning. They've got like a huddle. This is in corporate, ne? They've got a huddle. And do you know how they start the huddle? How are we showing up today? It's systemic throughout the whole organization. How are you showing up today? How are you showing up? And how you show up will be defined by your why. Please, guys, if there's one thing that I can impart on you and that has worked for me in the last 5 years, is why. When it comes to brand building. Regardless of what people say about your brand. But at the same time, when people give you feedback about your brand, learn to filter, right? Because sometimes people will give you feedback that is true. And there's nothing wrong with it, right? So you can start a brand. People might not like it. That does happen. It does happen. But the question is, you go back again to your why. Why did you start the brand in the first place? What is it that I need to look at in order for me to fix it? Is what the feedback that I'm getting, is it true? And sometimes it is true. And that's the reality that every single entrepreneur in this room needs to learn. It is true. I'm going to give you also a personal experience from my side. So with Eye of Nova, I mean, it sounds all glorious. We're customizing sneakers and so forth. But there were times where we customized the sneaker and the corporate hated it. We had 3 attempts. They hated the shoe. They hated it. Doesn't matter what we came up with. And I sit and I brag about my artists and about how talented they are and whatnot. But I had to go back, introspect with the level of experience that I had in my team. And that's when I realized that as much as I've got a talented bunch, I needed to elevate their skill set. And there is also nothing wrong with that. But what is it that actually kept me going? Why did I start Eye of Nova in the first place? So your brand will get a hanging, what's the word? A beating. And you will get, guys, they will, to a pulp. You will get to a point where you're like, but no, I don't want to do this anymore. You will get to that. That one is a given. The moment you go into entrepreneurship, be ready to take a beating. If you're not ready to take a beating, getting an attack on your brand, how it shows up, who you are as a person, how you speak, how you show up, the quality of your product, that is going to happen. That's what happens when you put yourself out there. You open yourself up for criticism. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of brand holders, né? And I hope Theo will forgive me for this, because I had the opportunity to work with him as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, and as a person. What you guys see is the businessman who's doing very well. But you don't understand the beatings that he also gets, even from his own people. And you will get it from your own people that you're trying to help. They will beat you to a pulp, like this thing angeke isebenze kanti ufunani lo wenzani. And guys, he's still getting a beating even now. I don't know if you guys follow on social media. He still gets a beating even now. But it goes back again to, what is your why? And is the truth to what people are actually saying? So an entrepreneur, you need to be open to all of that. When you're building your brand, be open to all of that. Filter. You know, learn to actually filter and learn. I mean, I'm one of those people who, when I'm sitting in a room, I listen and I try and connect the dots, right? And that's how you learn as a brand. That's how you build as a brand. You learn from connecting the dots. So always listen, but listen from a place of, how do I build from here? How do I take this to another level? Do you understand? I mean, she was talking about, Celeste was talking about post-traumatic stress. I actually wrote it down. Sorry, I'm just going to open it because I thought there was so much power in it, sorry. And because I wanted to make this part of the post-traumatic growth. Post-traumatic growth plays a huge role in brand building. The trauma of being attacked, your brand being attacked, but growing from it, making it better, showing up differently, learning how to rebrand. I'm going to give you an example of Drip. Let's look at Drip. What happened with Drip? He went down, but look at how quickly he came up. And he came up differently. Because he learned very quickly that you cannot follow Batu's path. Because that's exactly what he was doing, right? How do I then show up as me? And look at the product that he's managed to bring forth. He's changing the game altogether. Okay? And I'm going to give you another example because I think it's important to learn from. Remember they said power with, right? What is surrounding you? Okay? I'm going to give you another example. Gorgeous Mbali. Hermes Floor. Okay? She started her brand. Absolutely amazing brand. She's doing it herself. She does her own social media. I mean, guys, the story goes on. But for me, her biggest boss move, and this is exactly what my feedback was, her biggest boss move was collaborating with Body on Tap. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's two women coming together to elevate each other. So use these platforms to come together and elevate each other. We hear the word collaborations, but I don't think people really get it. Understand what it means when you say you're going to collaborate with another brand. What does it actually mean? So I'm going to give you an example of, I was looking at, there was something in here that actually stood out for me. Here. So I was looking at the sanitary pads. Ne? Is this a local brand? Who owns this? So big ups on you for this, right? Big ups on you for this. And I see you are partnering, you are with what? First Light Foundation, is that what it's called? First Light Foundation, perfect. So when I saw this, I thought about one of the projects that I did with the Cyril Ramaphosa Foundation. And you know, one of the issues that they had was they couldn't find a local brand that could actually do sanitary pads for Nelson Mandela Day. Do you understand? Just now, in the last month, they did Nelson Mandela Day, and they were doing it at a school. And the one thing that people kept on saying in the room is, we wish we could have a local product. You're a foundation. They are a foundation. So what? Let's collaborate and build each other up. When I saw this, I thought to myself, even corporates would lap this up. Okay? Let me give you an example. So some of the corporates that I deal with, when you go to the bathroom, they usually have, usually they always have condoms. Now they've got sanitary pads. You can actually go into corporates and have this product as one of the products in there. So what I'm trying to say is, it's places like this that will not only help you grow your brand, but also open up your scope. Be open. Don't have a one view in terms of where your brand is concerned. Do you understand? Look at it from that perspective. And yes, you're a foundation. There's value for corporates in this from dealing with you. You know, there's a tax break. There's so many ways for us to sell this product. But what I'm trying to say is, if you want to grow your brand, open up your periphery. Always open up your periphery. There will always be something of value that you can add. It's about value proposition that you have for your product. I'm going to give you another example. Drum Cafe. Is it Drum Cafe, ne? Drum Cafe, the one thing that impressed me about them, they could have easily come here and beat drums. All of you guys would have danced, you would have enjoyed it, and life would have continued, right? But what did they do that was different? Correct. They made you part of the experience. So I mentioned surprise and delight. Ne? And Nomfundo said, when life gives you drums, you come in and life throws you with drums. That's exactly what they did. So now you will remember Drum Cafe. You know why? Because they were memorable, right? They gave you an experience, right? And they tapped into the one thing that some of you guys had forgotten, the child within. And not just the child within, the opportunity to relieve stress. Some of you guys were not drumming because of Nje, it was nice. You were basically beating your husband from yesterday or from last week because naho ignora. We were relieving stress, some kind of stress. But that's what they did. And as a brand, they showed up differently. So how do you show up differently? Anybody can come in and beat drums. What's the value proposition? Anybody can sell sanitary pads. What's your value proposition? You have to ask yourself these questions. And it's hard questions to ask yourself. You need to spend a lot of time. Self-criticize, critically look at your product and say, if I saw this, would I remember it? Look at how many we are here. Gibo Queens, Gibo Ginger, Agro Processing. Guys, are you going to remember all of them? Uhuru, Pure. That's how many brands there are. So how do you make sure that yours stands apart? How do you make sure that people remember who you are? And that's the reason why we started customization. Because when we were working with Batu, Theo and I were saying, anybody can sell a shoe. Guys, you can go to Nike, you buy a shoe. You go to Keslako. Other than the fact that it's a local brand, what other value do you bring? What other experience do you bring? And that's how customization was born. To say when somebody comes into the store, not only do they buy a shoe, they leave with a personalized shoe, right? Because we all want to be different in this room, right? That's why we've got different hair, we've all looked different, everybody's wearing different clothes. You all want to show a piece of yourself, but a personal piece of yourself. Now imagine being able to express that on a shoe. Now you've got a different value proposition. So from a brand building perspective, go back to what is your why? Understand what your value proposition is. And really, guys, really think about it. Think about it yourself. If I walked in and I saw this product, would I remember it? Self-criticize yourself. And from that perspective, I can tell you now, you can create something absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And the importance of networks as well, collaborations. You want to build and build quickly? Collaboration. So if there's anything that I want you to also remember about how do I grow quickly is amplification, right? When I talk about amplification is collaborate with someone bigger or even the same size as you. Because there's power in that as well. You serving a different market, they serve a different market. Okay? Look at it from that perspective. Look at how do you collaborate. And it doesn't have to be big corporates. I've given you an example about corporate collaborations. But I've also showed you how two SMMEs can come together in a place that actually makes sense. Right? So now, my plea to you is, yes, we're going to go have lunch. Ne? We're going to sit and we're going to network. Go in there with a different lens. Oh, you're so beautiful. I love your hair. Oh, my gosh, I love your product. Yes. But how do we collaborate? How are we going to show up differently together? Ask the people who are owning brands, how are you showing up? It's important. How are you showing up? Why am I showing up? Am I adding value? If you can't answer that question, you're not building your brand the way you should. Okay. So that's the power within yourself, your why, your power with the network, this network. Some of us come from corporate, some of them haven't. Some of us have been business people for as long as, but you've got a network. There's someone you know who knows how to do something that you don't know. Marang actually mentioned it. Contact those people. Because a collaboration doesn't mean two brands coming together. Collaboration could be a collaboration of skill set. Okay. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents. But I hope you guys learned a little something. I'm happy to meet up with some of you guys to try and see how do we, create value for products. Like I said to you, in the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of SMEs, and my love for it and my passion for it in terms of seeing each and every single one of these brands in this room, even outside, or the people that are joining us online, to actually see it grow. I'm very passionate about it. And yes, I do it for free sometimes. I do it for free because it's important. Okay. Thank you very much.
How fabulous was that? Boss move, amplification, edification. I'm rhyming here. Work with me. Right. And it all goes back to why. We will transition to another big piece, the way. You've built a brand. You have a product. Where are you taking it? Cindy's here to tell us about market access. Over to you.
Thank you very, very much. Are we still good? Okay. So just a little bit about my story and sharing a little bit of my own why as well. So most people say they've come from corporate. I've never really done corporate. So I'm taking people back to corporate. That's what I do. So we create corporate out of our businesses. After a long time in business, I got tired of seeing first generation businesses, and that is painful at a certain level, where we just all start up, studying, and all things beginning, and we're not taking it to the next level. And that is the work that I do, where we say, once you've developed it, you've done your product, it is solid, you've got your brand, you've got your company, can we now take it back and make it a corporate? Let your business live beyond you. And I'm not just talking lifespan, I'm talking you can sell it and see it flourish while you're living. And that is soft life. So I learned a new word today and I'm gonna use it. I'm so proud of myself. So it's coming, it's gonna hit you just now. I do have a presentation, but I'm not sure if you did get it. Thank you. We're going to come to the presentation just now. So just a little bit of my background. I started out as an accountant with I was this happy child, rural girl. I'm a farm Julia. I always call myself that. So I did not know things Soweto, things fighting for freedom, things fancy. I didn't know any of that. Came to Joburg at the age of 13. And I have a touch of A-type. I'm going to label myself Celeste. Thank you very much. But I do have a touch of A-type personality in that I tend to focus on what I'm focusing on and not see what is on the peripheral. So I always tell the story that I learned that I was black when I was 22. Yes. When I was doing articles, because life had been so much easy. I'd never applied for a job. Things just came because of performance, that kind of a student, that praised child, a student and what have yous. And then I landed up in a firm a long time ago, 1997, 98, where we were selected because they want to increase the quotas of accountants, and we were placed in these firms that were white only. And there was Cindy and supposed to do the work. It's an audit firm, and when you come in, the first thing you go out for audits and all the fanciness. And you all from corporate, you know what it's like when the auditors come, right? Fun times, right? So I was looking forward to that. But 3 months came and passed, 6 months came and passed, and about 8-ish months down the line, I still have not gone for audits. So, the brilliant student that I am, prepared a cup of coffee for myself and my boss, And then I called him and we sat down and I said, can we have a convo? Why am I not going to audits? He says, you know what? Truth is, our clients have never dealt with a black person. Like, oh. Oh. So when I came to Soweto and they were up in arms, this is what was happening. This was the issue. Oh, I get it. Okay. So confusion and mess happened. But then I decided to then, natural to my way of reacting, this is the word, it's coming at you, wait for it, phone. So my reaction, I went at it. Took what I had. So this was an audit firm, focused on audits, and taxes are incidental because the focus is audits, right? But then there were these box jobs that were accumulating, collecting dust, and no one really caring much about these jobs because they were too small. And most of them, if not all, the clients actually came to the audit firm because they did not know any better. So I took these jobs and found a software and dusted off and worked on these jobs and started producing management accounts. But the management accounts that I was doing were bespoke to each client, because what I noticed also in the talks among my colleagues is that clients did not necessarily, unless they're corporate and they've got specialized people, they do not get the value of an audit. So I took these jobs and converted them into an accounting unit that serviced a different niche of a client that is founder-led. By the time I left the firm, they were employing 2 full-time accountants that were not auditors, which was a different stream altogether. It's still a service center now that is a firm in its own right. So having walked into that confidence of mine, I decided, hey, I'm 26, I can start my own accounting firm, why not? So that's how I founded my first firm. And the focus was to speak the client's language. So it's not about accounting. I'm not here to tell you what a ledger is. I mean, geez, who wants to know that? So the focus was understand the client's business and speak the client their language and work with them. So in the process of me teaching the client and understanding the client and integrating the client's language with what they need to know so that they go to the next level on the accounts, we know the overwhelm of funding, lack of funding, little funding, not enough funding. We can't go on funding. And actually, in my experience, I think the topic of funding eclipses the actual what the business is about. I think there's an overwhelm and a lot of attention that we give to funding. At times, it's a little bit more than what it actually is. You start where you are and you can actually move on from there. And there is a lot of goodness and greatness that you can do just from where you are. So I then waltzed into NYDA. It was Umsobomvu back then. I told you it was a long time ago, right? I went into Umsobomvu offices with an aim to get information for my clients. Because obviously when you speak to people and you're an accountant and they want funding, I'm like, I better get some information on this funding. But what they told me is that they have a condition for their funding. And their condition is that it comes with a mentor. Believe it or not, I had not heard that word before. I was like, what is that? They explained to me, and my next response was, where do I sign up for one of those? Because I think I would like one of those. Then, long story short, got myself a mentor. I had to get a loan, which I did not need, but I wanted a mentor. So the mentor was on the other side of the loan. So I put my hand up, got a loan, and got a mentor. And part of the things that I learned with my fun personality, that's when it actually showed up, when I was working with my mentor. One of the incidences I had, just to give you a picture of what this young accountant was like, I had a client. He was, I think, in his 50s, 60s. Battling, 50s, 60s in FMCG, retail, working hard. starting work at 3, ending at God knows what hours. So sleeping less, and so the health took a bit of a knock. One time we're sitting in a meeting with this gentleman, and he says he's not feeling too well, he's feeling a little bit dizzy, he's not sure why, can he take a nap? And I'm like, sure. So he went under the desk and he took a nap. And I sat there and I waited for him while he was taking his nap. So when I shared this story with my mentor, he's like, do you not sell time? I'm like, yeah, but the elderly person, respect, their lines, so be considerate. And I started seeing things that I was not aware of because I kind of have gone on my own and propelled on, but had never stopped to check myself. And I'm grateful for that mentoring because then I started looking at my billing and where I'm going to in a different fashion, which was very helpful and very, very, very necessary because then it took me to the next level. Am I going to adjust that myself? Are you giving me powers? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. So that was a learning, and it was actually so useful and so helpful in my business and how I started looking and working even with my team and my staff and what have yous. But what happened then in the process, the next level, I realized that I actually had a very bad temper. And bad temper could or could not be inherent. I'm not sure the psychology of it, but I did have a bad temper that I wasn't aware that I had because I've been this loved person. Everybody loves Cindy, so if the employee is not towing the line, the problem is with you. I'd be shouting instructions while I'm on the highway, and when I get into the office, I had one of the most brilliant office managers who sat me down one day and says, ma'am, when you come in the morning, you don't have to come to our office and greet us. It's okay. We know that you're here. Just go to your office. When we need you, we'll come to you. That was a humbling moment. But I'm grateful it happened because then I realized that, okay, I need to do more. I need to do something about my personality or else then I will end up with, no people around me. And that's how then I got introduced to coaching. Then I started working with coaches and sharpening my personality. And then, one thing led to another, and I understood business, and I understood my why became even more firm. And my why has always been, know what's in your business, build an asset of value. But that does not take away from we get lifestyle type of businesses, and that is okay. A lifestyle type of business is a business that you're doing so that you can get the money or whatever out of it. You're not necessarily building it to sell it. You're building it just to sustain and take it, and that is okay. So if I'm building a generational business and you're building a lifestyle business, there's no wrong or right. It's just what you're doing and what I'm doing. And we don't have to fall into this trap of saying, oh, this is how, it's supposed to be. So now we go into the presentation. Wink, wink. Presentation. Thank you. We're talking about accessing markets. There are two words when we build business that we could or could not be conscious about, but I think legacy has gotten a whole lot of airtime in the past compared to inheritance. We talk a lot about legacy, and it's so interesting when we ask exactly what legacy is. So this morning I asked ChatGPT about legacy and inheritance, and this is what she said. My ChatGPT is a lady, guys, so please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I asked her once, I asked her if I can use her information, and she told me straight up, I must credit. Yeah, she's got copyrights and all sorts of stuff. So I credit her. Yeah. So I asked ChatGPT about inheritance and legacy, and she says one thrives through the other. But the way that I look at it and the way that I see it and the way that I see it evolves in the business, legacy is neutral. Legacy is not good or bad. It's neutral. And inheritance is more tangible, it's the money. So sometimes when we say, I'm doing things for my kids or whatever, we actually making the inheritance. And sometimes when we're doing the inheritance, we mess up on the legacy parts, right? So we need to just maintain that dance, because the maintaining that dance, that's where your integrity sits. Because sometimes we can lose out on the actual value of who and what we are in the name of creating an inheritance that we oftentimes are calling a legacy, and mess things up. We can go to the next slide. So this slide, normally in my talks I have my dad, so I have demoted my dad and replaced him with Bester. Let's not have that conversation. We are here now. I thought, you know what, let's look at people that we all know. So in the context of legacies and inheritances, so forget inheritance, let's look at legacy. And the point that I'm making is that legacy is neutral. We all have a legacy. But what you do then determines what your legacy is. So your why that she was talking about is what drives, and at the end of the day becomes the thing that shows up in your legacy. So there's some decisions that you can make and not be mindful or be driven by something else from the inside of you that can make you end up with a legacy that's not so rosy. And that's all I'm going to say about that. We can go to the next slide. Thank you very much. So this was just re-emphasizing the same point. We can go to the next one. So what we're talking about here is access to markets. So there's a term, a phrase called 6 degrees of separation. And the way that I know and understand 6 degrees of separation, who can explain this? Okay, now I know I've got like the answers and whatever. But according to your own understanding, anyone else who knows this term and is familiar with this term? Okay, this is the term that we use in the space of collaboration and synergy and all things growing business and next leveling and whatever use. 6 degrees of separation basically is what we've also summed up with the world is too small. When you meet somebody who knows, you know, there's always like the second person. So it says whomever you want to meet, they are less than 6 people away from you. So your networks are important. And we go back to the mindset of legacy. If your networks are important, how you behave. Got a phone call yesterday or the day before from this lady looking for a job. And I'm like, you know what? Find me on LinkedIn, hit me up on LinkedIn, drop your CV there. Okay, I will do that, but may I have your email? I'm like, no, you may not. Please put it on LinkedIn. And then she went to LinkedIn, she found me, and then she dropped the CV, and then she phoned me. And I'm like, I will get back to you. COB today, close of business, I'll be with you, I will look at it. Because I know that's where I'm doing the business, and that is what I have on my calendar for today. So if you've got a chance of your CV being looked at, when I say LinkedIn, then it's likely to be looked at. If you put it on my email, you may get consideration next week. So, you know. And then she phoned after 15 minutes again. I'm like, yo, ma'am, by the way, who referred you to me? Because when she phoned, I was in the middle of something else. I didn't even get who was the person that referred them. So who referred? And then when she mentioned the name, immediately I was not too keen to have you in my team. Right? And I know it sounds brutal, ne? But the networks are important. Not that we want to be people pleasers. So this is like a recovered people pleaser. I'm like a people pleaser with boundaries today. But anyway, just be mindful of the legacy and what we are creating, that wake that we are creating behind us, because it can be a make or break. You know, there's some doors that you may not be able to access just because of, you know, some of the things, you know, that we've done or not done. So 6 degrees of separation, it's a term that means everyone that you want to meet or want to connect with is less than 6 people away from you. But when I did a Google search and then I saw 6 degrees of separation lyrics, I didn't know there was a song. Then I went into that rabbit hole. And then I found that there is a band that has a song that means the opposite of that. essentially, if you look at the yellow, if you can read it, it says it's about the 6 stages at the that the band would label in the cost of a person's emotional state after a breakup. I mean, how different is that from what I've just said to you? So, but it just proves the point that most of the things in life are actually neutral. We speak life into the things that we interact with. Some of the things that I'm battling, I'm dancing with in my head at the moment is the idea of a thesis, a hypothesis rather, that it's actually difficult to disprove unless your intention is to disprove, whether it's an intention that you're aware of or not. But it's difficult to disprove a hypothesis because you've kind of looked at it. And when scientists look at these things, they say when you look at it, it changes, it becomes what you think it is. So we give life and form to things. So as we access the markets and we enter the markets, that is who you are. And it's very important who you are and your world. You enter as that person. Then accessing the market then either becomes easy or difficult, depending on what you make it out to be. I would like to have this as an open discussion because the market's conversation is as long as a piece of string, right? I would like to, we can go to the next slide, which I think is a closing slide. I would like to have it as an open discussion, rather do it from questions and answers perspective. And while I'm, questions that we will answer, and I will allow my fellow speakers to also do the answering because I do not have all the answers to the subject. But what I would like to share is that the business that I'm in now, so having moved, I had the accounting firm and I built it and got my coaching and then appointed myself a board and decided that I'm going to build this as an asset of value so that I can sell it. A service business is difficult to sell, because it is you doing, you are the business. And that was a success symbol for me that I needed in my life, because then that gave me validation to say, if I can build a service business and sell it, then it allows me to enter into some rooms that otherwise I would not have. So it gave me the validation. Back to the conversation with my previous boss and a cup of coffee where I could say, this is actually, when you say, because I'm black, this is actually who I am, and this is what I can do, right? So having gone through that experience, what I do now is corporate governance. My firm is a boutique consultancy that does corporate governance. We basically work with you to corporatize your business. Most of my clients are people that say, I'm all coached out. I now need to get to a level where I'm working at this thing as a corporate. So we appoint an advisory board for you. I've got an online platform where you can go in and select people according to skills that you want to work with, and you work with them as your board. When you work as a board, it's a little bit different from coaching because it's more peer-to-peer. You are tapping into the different knowledge portals that those people are, and then you're next leveling yourself, and that's what we do. So we're corporatizing your organization when you're ready to scale, so that when you then start, because some of the funders, they give you the money, but then they need to have a voice. And some of the people don't get the money because the personality is broken. You know, I'm sorry, it's a harsh word, but our personality just needs cleaning and fixing. And some of that feedback we don't get. But when you work with a board, there's a peer-to-peer kind of engagement. You may be able to pick these things up and then see, you know, how you can grow and evolve and develop. So accessing markets, basically, when we put together the boards, for instance, in the platform, we do have about 60 advisors from all walks of life. But when we have an inquiry from a client, we're able to come and fit the bill and then appoint the people that they want from anywhere, basically, in the world, because it is cloud-based and we're able to, you know, to deliver to that. So let's, I'd like to entertain questions, and then let's have an open discussion. Yes, there is. So this is next level. This is next level. there's a remuneration because there's a difference from when we are helping each other. It's based on a value exchange method. But yes, the board members are remunerated.
I have a question. Okay. Question?
Oh.
Do we have a question from the floor?
I have a question.
Oh, there we go.
I read a study last year stating that a lot of people in corporate, especially businesses, suffer from imposter syndrome, right? So the study was basically saying it's a biased study, right? Yeah. It's a biased term, rather, where it says females suffer from imposter syndrome more than males, but especially females of color, right? The study basically said, stop fixing a woman, right? Stop fixing a woman where we are made to believe we suffer from imposter syndrome. You doubt yourself and all these things. So you said something. All along you believed in yourself and then you discovered at 22, I'm black, which is sad. She mentioned something very powerful as well, you know, she said, why? My question to you is, why did you doubt yourself?
How do you mean doubt myself?
So you discovered you were black. You went to your CEO.
Yes.
Sorry, you black. Companies have never worked with black people. Why did you not put your foot down? At that young age, being very confident.
Yeah.
Always having a silver spoon in your mouth from intelligence. Right?
Agreed.
From intelligence.
Yeah.
Right? Why were you not able to say, why are you looking at my skin color instead of my profile?
Absolutely. And this is where that phone comes in. So when we get hit with a traumatic moment, we fight, flight, freeze, or fawn.
Yes.
So because I was a people pleaser, I always see solutions. Like even now, generally, I'm just all about creating and seeing solutions. But with maturity, I'm able to say, no, this is where I'm going and this is where I'm going to go. So at that time, the response that was natural for me, because I did not know any better, was to find something to do and make something out of it to prove to you that I'm actually not what you think I am.
It worked to her advantage in that moment.
Yeah.
Because then it wasn't a traumatic experience as to somebody else who would have gone through trauma of being, degraded as being black. Yeah. So for her, she saw herself as Cindy, the white girl.
I honestly didn't know what it means when, yes, I'm black, so what, But when a person then explains that, no, being black means you can't go on audits, I'm like, oh, now I know. And I understand the fuss that's happening, Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to share something with you guys, right? When I graduated from varsity, that's when I had got my degree in BSc, right? I worked for a company, actually, let me not name drop. So I worked for a company, one of the corporates. And on my first meeting that I walked into, when I walked into the boardroom, not only was I the only black person in the room, but they spoke Afrikaans. So the meeting was conducted in Afrikaans. Ne? That was such a shock to my system. And remember, I don't come from an apartheid era, or whatever. I don't know those kind of things. I grew up, I even had a white boyfriend. Do you understand? So for me, it was a shock to but do you not see me? And they acknowledged me, but they spoke to me in Afrikaans. And it was, like I said, it was a shock to the system to a point where I went home. Remember, it's my first job. I'm from varsity, and I'm excited to be working for this corporate, but now I need to figure out what am I going to do. because I look at my inbox, it's in Afrikaans. So, you know, so I went home and I told my dad about what happened. And you know what was my dad's response? My dad said to me, he said to me, listen to me, my girl. He calls me my girl. So he goes, listen to me, my girl. This is the part where you decide. Do you learn to swim or you're gonna sink? Right? And those words have resonated with me all my life. Guys, I can tell you now, my Afrikaans, sometimes it's even better than my Venda, and I'm Venda. So, would you term that as an imposter syndrome? No, it's learning how to swim. And I think sometimes you say, it's a fine line to say, you know, it's you being a people pleaser, you are, what's the word? You are conforming. It's not conforming. You're just trying to take up space in a place where they need to start recognizing who you are. And you know, I can tell you now, that very same company, I grew so much. If I had just given up and decided, these guys, they speak Afrikaans, I would not have gone as far as what I did. Some of these guys are now my customers today. Do you understand? So from that perspective, I think we also need to not be too hard on ourselves for adapting. It's not conforming, it's adapting. Choose your battle, and you'll be surprised at, you know, people talk about beautiful ashes, ne? You will see how much beauty actually comes out of something like that. Okay.
Just to add on to what Mashudu was saying, I think it's even a biological phenomenon that a system will work to its utmost to maintain the status quo. So we're asking people to try and thrive in systems that are weaponizing your femininity. They are telling you that your blackness is not appropriate. We were having a conversation this morning about how I was told I'm too loud. And as a colored woman, we don't have volume adjusters, right? There's just one volume. And that how I come across is quite aggressive, but we have passion that is interpreted as aggression. So you're fighting whole systems who are working, more powerful systems that are working and have had years to try and make sure that you knew that you were wrong. And you're trying to work in those spaces. And so sometimes you have to swim and navigate those spaces. And one of the coaches that I had was always saying to me, stop trying to save the system. And sometimes stop trying to not save the system is letting stuff drop and fall. And so if you're sending me an email in Afrikaans, angiyazi, ask somebody because I don't understand. But sometimes it is learning Afrikaans. And either way is right because it got you to the point of success and thriving, and I agree. One of the things that, again, our trauma takes from us is the sense of self-compassion and self-love. We are much harder on ourselves than we are with other people. And in these difficult spaces, I think we have to reclaim our compassion and our love for ourselves.
Thank you very much. We have another question from this side.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Taton Klapo, in the marketing, branding, and sales space, using technology. I wanted to find out from you, because you received a call from someone who's looking for a job. You're speaking about market access, right? And you also touched on the personality and how that affects, your ability to actually articulate yourself so that you can receive, business. So in the space that I'm in, or let me say, I'm sort of a buffer, just like maybe Ms. Mashudu with the artists. She created a business because artists don't really see themselves as businesses. So you tend to have designers, developers. So that buffer, right? So my question then becomes, from a broader scale, how do we help to shift the mindset, right, of the youth so that they can actually understand that they can be job creators instead of job seekers, so they can be self-sustainable? So how do we solve for that?
So, first of all, in my experience, it's looking at the individual of the person, because it's not all of us that will be job creators. Some people, I need employees, for instance, right? So understanding that and taking that as what it is. Also, one of the things that we can do as a collective, which is part of what is happening in this room, in these forums like these, is we starting to make things like mentoring and coaching and that kind of support fashionable. And that is not necessarily something that was natural to us. I think, yes, we do have a sense of community, and we've got, I think, from what I've seen and what I've studied just from my point of view, is we've got more camaraderie than we do have mentoring and coaching. And those energies are a little bit different, because a camaraderie is we fight together, and sometimes we get in the struggle mode, right? And then we drive that agenda and then forget the support each other and let's let you grow. Yeah.
I like that, Cindy, very much. That's truth. We have one last question. We do have time to manage. I know we can stay in this room forever. They can throw away the keys, but we're managing time and spaces. Last question for you.
Okay, thank you. It's not really a question. I was responding to her. Look, I worked at a boutique and my boss was Afrikaner, and she would walk in and speak Afrikaans and do all those things, and you choose to either adapt or to move on. You choose either it's for you or it's not for you. So you have to be able to see opportunities in when people throw you in the deep end, like speaking a foreign language. Do you learn the language, or you tell them that you are not comfortable with it, right? So when I realized that these people are speaking this language, but I admire how they do business. So I decided that I'm gonna take my child, my daughter, she's 7. I took her to a primary Afrikaans. So we grew up in Hammanskraal, so I decided to throw her in the deep end. And I still get people judging me, why did you take her to an Afrikaans school? You could have taken her wherever, what. But I realized that these people, they're very smart, and they've got these things that they do at school. They throw kids in a deep end, and they learn how to swim very fast. They become very sharp. And you need to be able to recognize opportunities and not always be negative when you are facing a situation. Learn to see if you can find a solution for that, and that's why we're business people. We observe what's happening and we come up with the best possible solution. So yeah, thank you.
Very well said. Okay, thank you very much, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. One last question. Last, one last half.
Sorry, I just wanted to add on to that. Also, going back, it's a bit of a chain, right? It's how my mind works. Going back to the lady who asked you, why didn't you put your foot down? I mean, it's only now, I'd say in the last 10 to 15 years, where we've got platforms like this, whereby we are teaching women to stand up for themselves, whereby where we're teaching women that they can do business. Because, for example, 20 years ago in Dubai, as a woman, you weren't allowed to drive. You understand what I'm saying? So it also goes back to unlearning, which is also a question that I had for Celeste also earlier on. When it comes to having to unlearn certain behaviors, certain thought patterns, what do you do? And I know it's a difficult and a very complex question, so you don't have to answer it now. I think it's also more just one of self-introspection for the ladies. I go back, you know, the panelists were speaking about how some of them wish that they had supportive parents and stuff like that. Honestly, you can't put the blame on your parents. They come from tough times. All they know was survival. we are the first generation to live not by survival, but to actually live, if you understand what I'm saying. And also with the whole racial element, I'm multiracial, I speak Afrikaans, I've got Afrikaans family and everything. I do, however, have melanin, so I go by black. But you must understand on their side as well, some of them, all they know is to oppress, you understand what I'm saying? And some of them have only, that's what they were taught. You find people doing that to their children today, where they teach their children deliberately to oppress black people. You understand what I'm saying? With some of them, it's all they know. Some children stand up and be like, but actually, this is not how you treat people. You understand what I'm saying? Whereby some just go by what they are taught by their parents, if you understand what I'm saying. If your parents told you that it is wrong to swear, and you go and you live your life knowing that it's wrong to swear, but you don't ever, if the rebellious will go out onto the side and start swearing and find whatever avenues they find over there. But sometimes it's just things that have been passed down from generation to generation, and we have to learn how to live together and how to unlearn certain behaviors. And I think that would make the world a better place. And I think platforms like this and having days like this whereby we can have these discussions, I think it puts us a step ahead, because I think even today, so many people are going to walk out of here with their brain picked. Yeah. And you are going to change certain behaviors, whether you do it consciously or unconsciously. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cindy. I didn't know how we ended up to... That's girl power for you. Our brains are running and we are activated, and so much is happening within us and around us with each other, right? Ladies, we have come to the end of our programming for today. We do have a special music piece and a draw, a little game. We'll spin a wheel, and we have these beautiful books by one of our panelists, Tunsiki Mkize, which we'll give away through a wheel spinner. But before that, because I would love us to close and wrap us, to wrap this session properly, I'm going to invite Shingi to just give us the final closing remarks, and then we'll do the prize draw, and we'll have an artist and come and brace us with her glorious voice. Thank you.
So guys, I'm going to keep it brief. I am standing between you and lunch, and I think we're already an hour over, and people are hungry. Power within, right? I think we started, I think we're ending on that. The power within is coming through. I think people could probably, as you said, spend the rest of the day talking about the power within. The word for me, as I've been listening, that keeps coming back in my spirit is resilience, right? You're hearing about resilience, that's then leading to success, that's leading to thriving, right? We've come from, we've all different journeys, right? A couple of us told our stories, but it's about the resilience that has carried us through, and I hope it's the resilience that continues to carry you through, right? As entrepreneurs, that then leads to success and leads to thriving, right? Let's get to we're the generation that are going to be thriving. Our kids are going to be thriving upon thriving, right? But it's about that resilience. So I just wanted to end on that, right? For me, that's the word, right? And for me, that's what I think I'm going to take from here is when it gets really difficult, remember resilience is what carried people through that. I think just to end, I want to do a couple of thank yous. The ED team, you with the blue jackets on, if you could just wave quickly, I'd love to give you guys a round of applause. Thank you, John, Dawn, Tabo, Linda, Mbuso. Thank you. I think someone mentioned it, right? It's just now recently that we're creating these spaces. And you'll see in that team, actually, there's a lot of men in that team, right? And to create this space for us, I think is just amazing. So well done, team, for pulling this together. The rest of the TechnoServe team, thanks for coming in the blue and supporting. And then finally, if you could lift up your drums and just celebrate and drum for yourselves. Yes, thank you for showing up today. And I don't just mean showing up and sitting in a seat, right? Like actually showing up and engaging and challenging each other and being vulnerable. And it's so refreshing. And to our speakers, thank you for showing up and answering the tough questions. And I hope this conversation continues outside of this space, right? Whether it's lunch, whether you exchange business cards. But thank you for spending the afternoon with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Shingi. Thank you. Okay, we have 4 books. We're going to spin a wheel, and whoever's name it stops at gets a book. So you can sit wherever you are. We'll note your name, and then we'll bring the book to you, okay? Tabo, over to you. Oh, we can drum it. I can't read. Who's there? Where are you? Are you in the room? We can't see the name properly. Oh, she's here. Woo! All right. Next one, please, Tabo. Okay, let's go. All right. There we go. Lerato Khola. Where is she? Where's Rela? Ooh, there we go. Keep the wind spinning, Tabo. Thank you. Okay. 2 more to go. Minky! She was eyeing this. What are the odds? One last draw. Okay, drum rolls, wheel spinning, and stop. Hajira Mashego. Hey! Amazing. We have one last entertainment piece, ladies and gentlemen. Well done to you. Congratulations. Enjoy your books and do share the nuggets of wisdom and tips from the book. We have one surprise item. It's not on the program, but that's how we do things. Surprise, like the drums. We have Vukunsile Magwaza, who has a stunning voice. So they say, and I believe it when I see it. She's going to grace us with a chorus. Over to you, Qini.
Thank you so much. Afternoon, ladies. It is such an honor to be in such beautiful people. I'm going to be rendering an item. I've got a production company, which is Time Is Here. And we do music and arts, and I'd just like to bless you. Thank you. Okay. Looking out on the morning rain, I used to feel so tired. And when I knew I had to face another day, ooh, it made me feel so tired. Before the day I met you, life was so unkind, and you're the key to my peace of mind. And you made me feel, you made me feel, you made me feel like a natural woman. When my soul was in the lost and found, ooh, your kiss helped me claim it. I didn't know what was wrong with me, yeah, till your kiss helped me claim it. Now I'm no longer doubtful for what I'm living for, 'cause if I make you happy, I don't need to do no more. And you make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. Oh, baby, what you done to me? Woo! You make me feel so good inside. And I just wanna be, come on, close to you. You make me feel so alive. You make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like an natural woman. You make me feel, yeah, yeah. Baby, baby, what you done to me? You make me feel so good inside. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, baby, done to me. You make me feel good, good, yeah, yeah, yeah. Woo! Thank you.
Oh my God, girl. Well, what a grand closure. Thank you so much. If you need to book her for your anniversaries, for your what, I think we've got our lady here, right? You'll give Mary J. Blige a reason to retire, girl.
Lunch is over.
All right, so this is it. Thank you so much, everybody. Please be safe, travel home safely. But before you do, let's break some bread and celebrate and dance and have fun and connect. Have a blessed weekend. Thank you so much for showing up.
Ladies, the exhibition is still open. Please take a moment to go around and also support them, please. Thank you.